Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Roaring buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes and shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. So, how's everyone doing? It's the day after bank holiday, and we are back in court. I'll turn on the camera in a bit. But hello, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is doing amazing today. It is Monday. It's the start of another good week. We are starting with this trial right now, but we are going to be changing the trial not probably today, but midway tomorrow, one jury selected to our new trial. We are going to be doing that one, the Maxwell Anderson trial out of Wisconsin. So we are going to be doing that one instead. But until then, we are going to be doing day 21 of Karen Reed. I mean, I don't think they're going to find a jury that quick that's going to be seated today, maybe at the end of the day today they might. So I'm expecting maybe the jury selection, the opening staples might be at some point tomorrow, which would be awesome, and then going from there. But it is going to be a hard trial to find a jury for because it's a very well-known jury. So yeah, good morning, Zizzy. How was your weekend? Your long weekend? How was everybody's? My weekend was very long. Well, it felt very long. It was very good because we had our cousin over, so we just had fun with him. And I had Anya on Friday night after the stream that was the short stream that we did on Friday. So it was very good. And also then I was doing some trial prep for the Maxwell Anderson trial that is supposed to start between, well, jury selection starts today. I'm gonna do a poll later, but I don't know if the jury selection is gonna be televised, but I would like to keep an eye on that one. But oh, good morning, Lois. Hi, good morning. It's absolutely fine. Um, it's okay. I think today is gonna be a lurk day because people are catching up on life, catching up on work, and just getting things started, which is absolutely fine. But we'll be here no matter what. We are gonna be doing the Karen Reed trial until we have a jury seated in the Maxwell Anderson trial. I was working on a couple bits for that one, but yeah. But then this morning, I woke up to devastating news about the situation that happened in Liverpool. I mean, I am not there. I am quite a bit far away from Liverpool. I was about what 2 hours, 2 hours and a half, I think. I am away from Liverpool, but it is still a bit scary that a situation like that happens relative close to me. Um, it is very scary, very scary that someone like, for example, because if you go on to the channel, I actually got from someone a recording of when the impact was happening in Liverpool. So if you don't know, yesterday Liverpool won a very big the England's championship of soccer. So they were celebrating on a bus and driving down the massive crowd of people. They estimate about 1 million people were there celebrating, and just, celebrating the club that won the Premier League. It's a big thing. Uh, so then a car out of nowhere just drove into a lot of people. Like basically Darryl Brooks did in Waukesha in a Christmas parade. So he did that. So far, there hasn't, at least since that I haven't seen the news, so far it hasn't, no one has died from it. It's been a lot of casualties, a lot of people injured, sadly. People that's gone to um the hospital with very serious injuries and everything, but so far they are not reported any deaths on this whole ordeal. So hopefully we'll keep that way, but things change. But it is very scary. The news did say that it's not an act of terrorism, so there were just an incident that happened, and there was just it's just crazy, it's a bit scary. I don't like crowds. I like when my football club is like um win something, I celebrate at home with me, myself, and garden pot. I used to be the one of those people that would go to this place. Uh, oh wow. Well, you're not missing much, Zizzy. Do not worry. You're not missing much there. You're not the department. Absolutely not missing nothing at all. It's just bad news about source of moods and everything, but it's always good to keep informed of what's happening. Yes. So this happened last night. I was already asleep. I've been so tired that I've been going to bed so early, and then I fall asleep early, and I've been sleeping a lot, which in retrospective makes me more even tired. But anyway, um oh no, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you have been busy. That's definitely the duo. Wow, that is amazing. I need to see Annie because I haven't seen her since Sunday. It's not been that long, but anyway, but that I'm sure I hope you have had an awesome weekend with them, and well. And if you still with them, just carry on having an awesome time. Karen read the trial. We are back today. So today starts the sixth week of testimony in the trial. We're still in the Commonwealth part of the case. We are still, I think they have one witness to go, and I think they're resting. Apparently it's Dr. Judson Welcher, is a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist from the same company that Shannon Burgess was from, the one that got destroyed, understand, the one that lie about that took more than 17 years to do his thing. Absolutely. So he still needs to testify. So again, I think they might rest this, well, unless this guy stays on the stand for more than today, tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. Commonwealth is gonna rest today. Yeah. Now you definitely need a day to rest and to just chill and do nothing and just be, yeah, just there. Oh, another thing that I did, which was very dumb of my part, was that I schedule my posts for platforms like the X, the Twitter, whatever you want to call it, and then the social media. I schedule that to go out when we go live, and I do that every day because it's easier for me to manage, and it's one less worry that I have to do. So that's fine. I did that last night. When I scheduled this live, I scheduled the posts to go out at the same time we go on. But instead of putting a PM, right, because it's my time when I go live, it's quarter to 2 um o'clock in the afternoon, right? Instead of putting PM, I put AM. So when I wake up, I get a notification from the app that I used to schedule my lives, saying all your posts were sent out successfully. I was like, oh no, I did the wrong time. Instead of putting PM, I put AM, which is fantastic. So I have to read, and I haven't had the chance because this is the thing. That's why I do it, because since I got home from work this morning, I haven't had time to redo it and to schedule again or and delete the other ones. So this is why you should not be trusted um to do this sort of stuff uh in this. But anyway, we'll do that again. We'll sort it out. It's gonna be a good slow day. Apparently, it looks like for it. Yeah, definitely late night court with me, because that is definitely very late. It's not even funny. I was like, oh, I can't believe I did us, and just then the thing is just time. It's so scheduled, my time, that if something goes off the rails a little bit and I don't do it correctly, it's just oh. And then again, yesterday I did kind of an intro for the new trial that we're going to be covering, the Maxwell Anderson trial. And I did that. I'm actually during a break, or during lunchtime. I might show that because I had to re-edit it, for that, because I did. It's you're gonna see. You guys are gonna see what I did with it and what it's my plans with it. I'm gonna keep a suspense on it. Um. Oh, Oh, was it dependence? What's dependence broke down last week and said that the brain guy was very damaging to the defense. Well, the brain guy, I remember who the brain guy is because I think everyone remembers who he was. He was the doctor that had a lot of surgeries the next day. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Um, I do not remember if he was damaging to the defense or not, because believe me, if I don't remember what I ate yesterday or even today for that matter, but that is not here or there. um the opinion, wow, the opinion people, okay, right. i I absolutely have no clue, because the fact of this trial is so confusing and there is so much polarized opinions that it is hard for someone to have a full-on opinion. um uh, yeah, it's like that's the thing, using big words, and I'm not a big word type of person. I am a person that just knows the basic English. So like coming with big words, I think confuses even the next door. Yeah, only if you are a proper doctor yourself or anything, or you have knowledge, it is going to be completely different, but not here or there. Um, so oh, okay, that's well, that it is a little bit sus, but that doesn't mean anything. So yeah, I remember that part. I think of the brain dead part, but not 100% sure. Again, I don't remember, and to be fair, yeah, I do not know. I do not speak English. That's the thing. Is like sometimes I'm so into like the conversation that we are having in chat and everything that I forget to pay attention to what's going on in court, and I need to improve on that, on that part, because it's where, if people ask questions and everything, it's where I need to be paying attention at. But oh well, we'll be okay. We'll figure it out. Oh, I found this energy drink, but it's a healthy energy drink because apparently has vitamins in it and supports your immune system, and it's actually not, I don't think it's caffeine, I don't know. Yeah, so see, one can is one cup of coffee. So that's because I only had one coffee today. So that's definitely my second coffee. See, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. So we are just waiting on, well, they are going to be late because they are always late, even though they have been off since, wow, they've been off since Wednesday. I think Wednesday was the last day, wasn't it? Was it Wednesday? Or even before Wednesday. So, um, um, oh, I need to catch up on Kathy. I need to catch up on so many things because I've been in the world with my cousin and everything that I haven't been watching much YouTube. So you haven't missed much. We are just doing the recap of the weekend, talking about caffeine that I'm having, an energy drink, but it's a healthy one apparently because it's not a bad one, and it's actually quite nice. Again, we bought it at Costco because we went to Costco obviously on Saturday with our cousin, and we were just, we went shopping for junk food. That's what we do, and we've been playing video games most of the weekends and just talking about how tired I've been as well. So no, you haven't missed much. Oh, we did a mini recap of the trial, but I do not remember the last day that we had trial. So you know, I think it was Wednesday. I don't know. It was so long ago that I have no clue. Nothing big. Oh, Yeah, exactly. I can imagine. Like, rain does stop things. They did say there was gonna supposed to be rain in the UK, but oh, it is raining right now. Me saying that it's not raining. Yeah, it is right now. But oh, and we talked. Oh, it was Wednesday. See, I got no clue. And you guys want me to remember what the brain person said on Wednesday? Yeah, no clue. No chance there. Um. Oh wow. Oh no! I hope you guys are safe though, go and out of the floods. And oh, Paula, we talked as well about the Liverpool situation. You know that like it kind of scared me a bit. So we talked about that, and then not much more. Well, nothing much. Just the rest was still waiting on court. The feed is up, but there is the never ending fan on, so that's still there. I need to put that on. So yeah, Liverpool. I don't know if you heard the news, if you've been in the Discord today. um yeah, exactly. That's what, well, I'm comparing to about. I don't think I've heard any news here comparing him to Darren Brooks because of whatever happened in Liverpool yesterday last night. So we were talking about that and how scary it is. Even though I'm not even close to Liverpool, it is still scary. It's like 2 hours and a half away from me, I think. I think Hannah is kind of closer to Liverpool than them. I think, I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. UK geographic is not very good for me, so do not ask me. So it's a bit scary. So far, there's no fatalities. At least the last time I checked, the news was what, 2 hours ago. I haven't seen any report on that, but we are expecting, sadly, that to happen because that would be rather impressive. Not gonna lie, if that's all. Gonna oh, he is like, the media is not even naming him. Like, the police here releasing the names of individuals that caused like acts like this and crazy like this. They are very protective for some reason of the names, so that is gonna be something else. Oh, talking about names, so Chris Brown has a new hearing. So his hearing was supposed to be on the 13th of June, which would be not next week, the week after. But he got moved because now he's on bail. He got moved. So today is going to be on the 20th of June, which I'm planning to go. So it is on the 20th of June. So I need to see if we are in the middle of the trial, if Robert can do the Thursday and Friday for us, and then I'll be back on the Monday because I'm planning to be in court to see and be at the hearing for Chris Brown in June. Since it's just down London, me and Garden Bot, we're gonna do like a mini staycation again, but further away from home than we did a couple weeks ago. But we'll see if we are in the middle of a trial. I don't think Maxwell Anderson will be there on by then. I think we should probably be with another trial. Which one? I don't know, but yeah, that's gonna be something else. I need to keep an eye on that because I'm seeing, because Fox 6 Milwaukee one, they have a place card for 9 a.m. in Wisconsin time for, I don't know, a coverage. I don't, I mean, I want to see if they are doing the jury selection. If they're doing selection, and if they are live streaming it, we might take a pic to see if we can see Stephanie, because from what I've known, Stephanie is already in the courtroom for the Maxwell Anderson trial. It's only jury selection. We'll start that trial whenever that starts, which hopefully will be tomorrow or um or Thursday or something. So the thing is, I can have my phone in court, but I'm gonna try to be. I have been looking at the schematics for the courthouse in London, and the gallery section has a far corner seat that it looks to the defendant's side where they are, and it's out of the kind of the eye range of the judge. So I'm gonna try to sneak my phone in. Oh, well, I'm gonna have my phone in with me, but I'm gonna try to take a picture and I'm gonna try to record the proceedings. We'll see what happens, but it's gonna be a lot of people there. I'm expecting to fight. Like when I know at what time the hearing is, because the guy I called the court today and they say they expect to be in the morning, so I'm gonna go there way before the court starts to be like one of the first people, and I'm gonna be there until the hearing is done. And I'm gonna take garden bot with me, we are, because it's in a rough part of London, so I don't want to go all by myself because it's a bit scary. um but we'll see. I'm actually quite looking forward because I've been in court in Newcastle where I live, but I've never been in another one like London. So I'm actually looking forward to it. We'll see what happens. It should be like very quick. It's gonna be a very quick hearing, but then that's the thing. It is gonna be the fact that it's so far away that going back and going down on the same day, it would be pointless. And we have friends that live around that area, so we're gonna take advantage and we're gonna visit them because we haven't seen them since, wow, we haven't seen since they got married almost 2 years ago. So we'll definitely take advantage of that as well. So court hasn't started yet. It's still watching the fan spin. Today's working the fan. The other day it didn't start working. So we'll see what the day brings. So, what you guys think? Do you think prosecution is gonna rest today? Because they have a witness. If it's gonna be probably a long one, so they might not even rest today. Sorry, 1 second. Need a sip of a drink because my throat is drying of all this talking. I'm not used to be talking this much, and court obviously is late as always. So I need to keep talking. Oh, there's another big game this Saturday. Cause I'm gonna plan. Sissy, I know. It's understandable that we are because we kind of catched it halfway through, because we joined on day 15, 14, and we're not even planning to carry on much longer because with the Maxwell Anderson, it's completely understandable that like being lost. I'm kind of lost too, but I like the spiciness. That's what I'm here for, and I kind of like the way that they are, people are very into it, but some people are like betting into it and like going absolutely crazy. It is okay to watch a trial and to have your own opinions and to share, but you also need to be safe while doing so. And this is just taking like proportions and being crazy. So kind of glad we're not following it 100%. We are following it now until the trial for Maxwell starts, but not 100% because people can get very heated about this. I was like, I'm glad we are in the little corner of the internet where almost no one can find us. And I like to be there. I prefer to be there than somewhere else. And being, yeah, crazy. But we'll see. I mean, it is sad though because that means that like with all the polarized opinions and everything means that justice is not going to be fair and impartial either to the victim or to the defendant, which is sad to see. And it's hurtful, but it's those things, these things happened, and he just shines the light on other type things. Sorry, I'm just gonna put that there so I can make everyone dizzy, and then I can make you. Oh my days. um so yeah, so Garden Bud is not here right now. He went to take our cousin across to where he lives, so I'm by myself so I can do a party. Now you should be back in about an hour. Talking about that, I need to track this. So I ordered this thing. I know you guys probably gonna not be happy with me. It's a vape. I ordered that, right? And it's a medical one. And I ordered that, I think it was Friday, and I paid premium to get here um tomorrow. The day next, this was Saturday. And no, because they cannot find my house, because they can keep going to the wrong place and say they can never find it. So obviously, with yesterday being a bank holiday, being, well, I think it was Memorial Day as well in the UK. I don't know what they call here. I think they call Spring Day. So and obviously no one worked, there was no post office, no nothing, so I had to wait until today until he got here. So hopefully I've got the tracking app now on my phone, where I'm tracking the parcel, and as soon as it gets closer, I'm gonna be there outside. It's like, where's my parcel? I need it, because yeah, I need that medication. It's a like a CBD thing that Hannah has recommended me, so I'm gonna give it a try, because my anxiety is for anxiety and stuff, because my anxiety been really really bad, and I need to take control of it before it controls me. So we don't like it the other way around. Uh, oh my days, what's going on? I was like, they had 3 days of 5 days off, right? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 5 days, right? Off. You would imagine they would be on time today, to get started, to get going. The judge says, oh, they are in a good place, they are ahead of schedule. Well, then get ahead of schedule and finish this trial. I don't understand. That's why I was so angry about. She's like, "Oh, we're gonna be trying to cut sidebars by the web." Doesn't happen. Still has 5 million sidebars a day. Then breaks on a Wednesday saying, "Oh, they are ahead of schedule." They could have been already more of ahead of schedule and finished this shenanigan way earlier, and not having to wait 5 days for the trial to carry on. Like, if they had carried on last week, I'm sure Commonwealth would have been rested by could have rested by now. But now we're still doing this, Judge. We could have. Sorry. It gets me, like, because when people say, "Oh, I want to get this done," but then they take forever to do things, and they just drag their feet to do it, and then they are late. They carry on complaining about things, and oh, here we go. See, my complaining worked.
You are unmuted.
Now open, you may be seated.
All right, so I was told, Counsel, Mr. Alessi, you wanted to see me?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you want to come to sidebar?
Start at sidebar and then
Sure.
we'll go from there if we could.
Okay.
And of course, we have a sidebar, because why not? Well, there's barely anyone in the media today. Yeah, there's no volume because sidebar. Why? Oh, yeah, I said, of course, yeah, sidebar. Why? Why Discord? It he gets to me. This judge, this courtroom is a whole shebang. They started on sidebar, right? Okay, so Spanky wants to start on sidebar today, so that's great. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, no. I think it's because it was when between they went on sidebar and between now. Um, she is busy already. She is. She's. I'm already angry too. There's barely no one in courtroom today, but this is. I'm gonna have a meltdown today. By the way, I might have a meltdown today with this judge, because she's wasting so much time, and it's so annoying. I'm sorry, it really is getting annoying. Um, Oh, it's all right. It's okay. Don't worry. It's fine. Don't worry, Stephanie. It's absolutely fine, my lovely. Thank you. This judge is already like. But anyway, Stephanie, tell us, how is the situation? How does it look outside? I haven't been able to watch your message on Facebook about it, so I'm so excited. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the messages now. Exactly. Pick us a good juror. Give us all the information about the juror. Oh, Stephanie, you two look so cute. You look amazing, girl. Um, but yes, we need all the information about the juror, who's the juror, not the juror, all the good information. I know you good. I know you already on it. I'm sure you have a notebook and a pen and specialty for it. Hey, good morning, Rubber. Good morning. Good morning, my friend. Hi, you go back to sleepy. You need to take some Z's. Absolutely. Sorry, if I keep looking down, it's because I'm looking at my delivery status. I need this delivery. It needs to be delivered today. I need it. I've got to have it. So yeah, we are waiting again for the sidebar to finish. It might be another long one. We started 16 minutes later. We are gonna have a sidebar first thing in the morning, of course, because why would they let us rest our voices and not having to speak so much and just enjoy court? No, they won't. They absolutely won't do that. But anyway, we also might have to do like some pauses, or if there's any news about the Maxwell Anderson case, I will be posting in chat. Obviously, that is something that we are going to be following from today. And if it starts, I might have to start a new stream. So, because actually, this one, I want everything like separated in just one Maxwell stream type thing. So I'm getting a little bit more organized. And yes, I also am working, and I still don't know how I feel. I've made a new intro because I like the intro that we have right now, but need to make it a little bit better. It needs to look a little bit better and more professional, if you say. It's not gonna go crazy, don't worry. But um I'm not 100% sure how it looks. I still need to work a little bit better, but I have a few days off coming up, which will allow me to have a little bit of extra time and to work on that as well. So we're still waiting on a sidebar to finish. God knows what's happening. Um, if anyone knows, please let me know because I have no clue. There's nothing coming up on X, Twitter, or whatever about what this sidebar could be after having 5 days off. Court is on a sidebar, so go figure. Oh yeah, before the court probably will be dancing ladies in the background. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make the all the criminals dancing in the background. I don't know. I mean, if you have any ideas for the intro or anything or something that you would like to see, let me know. You guys know how to reach me at this point. But if you don't, there's an email, Facebook, Discord, you name it. I probably have it. But yeah, you guys can reach out and tell me if you want something incorporated or have an idea. I think we all should go, but oh, Paula, great idea for a stream, a sleep stream where we all sleep. That will just be a normal stream where I'm not live and I will be asleep. um Ooh, yes, yes. Call me on break, or I will text you. Well, if we are on break, you can call us. But if we're not, I can pause the trial, and you can call us. I'll text you the link for the StreamYard, and yeah, that is awesome, Stephanie. I am so excited about this. Like, oh, I am so excited for that trial. Um, so excited. It is gonna be awesome. I it is a very sad trial. Obviously, it needs to respect Shadi needs to respect and everything that she deserves. But I am so glad that we are so close to get justice for her, and he needs to go to prison for the rest of his life and after. So yeah, so I need to get the this message to Stephanie. So I need to work that as well in the background. So so I need to send her that, but I am very excited as well for the trial to start. Jury selection is starting today on the Maxwell Anderson case. That is going to be our next case. We are going to pause probably forever. Karen Reed, we might do verdict for her while we're doing the trial. But I don't even know if Karen Reed might still be on while Maxwell is finished. So I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Maxwell Anderson finishes first in Karen Reid, and Karen Reid has been going on for longer. I think we should do a bet on that. It is gonna be crazy. I think I don't know because Maxwell is scheduled for 2 weeks. So basically not next week. Oh, that means that that would be so good because I'm off on holiday. I have some time off because there are dates coming up that are going to be very very hard for me. It's coming to the anniversary of my nephew's death coming up, and then literally 3 days after is going to be my son's, and that week I'm off. I never work around those dates because it's time that my mind and everything, it's not really there. It's not plugged in as normally is. So Maxwell Anderson might finish around there that time. Um I know it's time of the year. It's that time of the year that I dread the most. I hate this time of the year. I wish in a way we could skip June altogether. Like go from May to July. And not having to go through June. I would love to. June is always a hard month and a horrible month. I don't like it. Oh, the guy is back in his chair, so we might be back soon. Maybe. Oh, these people, this courtroom. Honestly, it is so frustrating. Oh, honestly, I was like, I know. Probably you did not say her for this courtroom, but yes. Let's skip June. Let's skip June and be for and like let's wake up in July and we are refreshed and like I don't like June. I honestly don't. I it's a very I don't like it. All the bad things happen in June. You know, my brother was born in June, and then the other two things happening in June as well. So that is yeah. Uh, honestly, this courtroom is killing me. Um, so it's been sidebar for almost 10 minutes. Yeah, we're gonna probably be counting the times in sidebars now because there are so many of them that we have the time to count them. Um, this is absolutely utter ridiculousness. They, why do I just can't honestly. Uh, our friend Pickles is like, oh, she'll be on in a bit. Yeah, they are on sidebar, so not missing anything. Just trying to type quick. So still, I honestly have like I'm losing the things of talking about because they've been on so the it's just ridiculous. I think I might just play music and then stay here looking at nothing until they get back. Well, I can always there's always something to talk about. Well, that is not bad. That's good because today is Tuesday, so that's what like. Oh, Karen is back. Oh, I like that color. That's not bad of a color of a suit. I'm like I am, but that color is quite nice. My sister-in-law will love that color as well. It's a nice greenish, I think. But but yeah, so them resting by Wednesday, yeah, that tracks because that's tomorrow. We'll see, like what happens because obviously with the Maxwell Anderson jury selection happening right now, um, we might not see the state resting, but we'll definitely follow the verdict. That is an absolute thing that is going to happen is we're going to be following the verdict. Um, whenever that happens, because God knows how long the defense thing. I think I heard a week, but by the way that this courtroom works, a week long for them, it's probably about 2 to 3. So oh no, actually the courtroom was started by Alexi. That's a new to me. See, this is why I should not be doing this because I have no clue what's going on and who's who and whose voice is for whose. Because to me, I'm sorry to say, Spanky and Alexi, they sound the same. To me, they sound exactly the same. So that's why I said that Spanky wanted a sidebar already and not. Yeah, sorry, my bad. I kind of. She will. No way. She will testify. When? How? Oh my days, why? I want to watch that. Okay, we need to do a poll. When everyone is in, we need to do a poll. I need to write this down. I need to write this down because I'm sorry, I'm not going to miss that. Oh, I'm not. You asking? Okay. But I'm going to do a poll no matter what. I'm going to put if Karen Reed testifies, do you want to watch? Do you want to watch? And we put Maxwell on break, on pause, or we can do a stream, an extra stream that week or that weekend on it, or new stream at some point. Okay, because I might do that. I might. Sorry, I'm just writing a poll question for later when all the peeps are in because I think people are still waking up, still getting their affairs sorted. Because it might be Tuesday today, but I think for everybody it's a Monday, and it's gonna be a catch up week for everybody. Losing a day of work means that um everyone is catching up on works and stuff and life, and it's absolutely understandable. But I don't know, I've heard that she is, I've heard that she isn't, I've heard that she hasn't said anything about it. So it's like a bit of a conflict right now still, that if she's gonna testify or not. But I believe if she does, oh, people are gonna tear that apart, for sure. um Definitely, absolutely. So I don't know, I don't think she is. I think something says to me, my gut says to me that she isn't gonna testify. I don't think it will do her any good. But I mean, she has done a lot of interviews, so um that is for sure. So who knows at this point? Absolutely. What do you think, Zizzy, and everyone in chat? Oh, someone left. What do you think? Do you think Karen Reid is gonna testify? Do you think it's a good idea, a bad idea? Let us know, because apparently we'll have time to know what's going on. Because sidebar still continues. Oh, I still have to see. This is what I say. I need to put a note. I need to text here for the songs for Suno, because the playlist is there, but it's not completed because yeah, it's typical for self to testify, but it's not smart. Oh yeah, definitely. But is it? I don't think she's going on a self defense thing. Is it? Uh, I don't know. I'm so confused. I'm so lost in this trial, like we said, that I don't think she's saying she's going on full not guilty, not that was self defense. I think I don't know. Don't quote me on that. It's fine, but yeah, self defense normally they do tend to testify more, to kind of tell their story on the thing, but yeah, yeah, I'm fine. It's okay. Oh, do not worry. I wouldn't be surprised that I had missed that. Because of so clueless I am. I know this trial. This trial is just crazy. It's oh dear lord. Oh my god. This trial is. I think this trial is gonna win the most disorganized, the most ridiculous trial of the year. I don't think there is another trial that is gonna. Hey, welcome back, Paula. You haven't missed a thing. We are on sidebar since we started 10 minutes, more than 10 minutes ago, going on 20. Um, I think we haven't had a trial this year, and I don't think we are gonna have a trial this year that's gonna be so ridiculous than this one. Um, yeah, I don't think self-defense is the way to go. Definitely, absolutely not. Um, so I think definitely this one. Oh, did you guys hear? I need to keep an eye out for the Brian Kobaga court dockets today, because that trial might be postponed again. Because I think Ann Taylor is gonna get her delay that she wants. She's asked for delay of the court for the Brian Kobaga trial because of the dateline and the book that's about to come out on it. So, ooh, Maxwell Anderson's family is in the courtroom. Oh wow. Oh. Oh, that's. I'm sure. I'm sure Sade's family is there as well. I don't know if I don't think Stephanie can hear me, but yeah. Oh wow, I had to grab breakfast, blueberry bread, and an energy drink. Which energy drink, Paula? I need to judge you on. No, I'm joking. I'm not judging. I'm joking. I need to know which energy drink to have. I'm having Aspire. Is it that one? It's a new one from Costco. I've never seen before. It's good. It's a natural one. I do need to have it before 3 o'clock, because otherwise I won't sleep tonight. But yeah, so if today, if you see Stephanie, uh, texting on chat, is because she is in courtroom and she's letting us know what's happening in courtroom. I don't think it is going to be televised, Paula, but Fox 6, Milwaukee Fox 6, has a feed, a stream starting at in about half an hour, which I'm planning to see what it is, and if it is jury selection, we might change, we might check it in. But I don't think it is being televised, the jury selection, because we still on during it's literally about to start the jury selection on that trial. So we don't know if it is going to be televised, the jury selection. For sure, 100% sure, the trial, it is going to be televised, but uh yeah, probably the after the jury selection, yeah. So yeah, so but I'm keeping my eye out. I had other um another local things, local news for that area, but I forgot which ones. I should have done written on a paper which news stations are in that area. That's Cleveland. No, that's Cincinnati. That's not even in a correct state. Oh my days. This is why why am I in charge of doing this? I do not know. I have no clue. Sorry. I'm just looking for the local 12. There we go. No, that's also Cincinnati. That is not definitely completely different. I'll figure it out. I'll find it again. I did have some news station, that's the local news stations around the area of Wisconsin, where this trial is taking place, to keep an eye if anyone would come with alive on the jury selection or even for the trial, but nothing so far. So I guess we are gonna be trusting on Fox 6. Yay. Are you looking? That is awesome. Thank you very much, Paula. I appreciate you so much. You are the best. You guys are amazing. I do not deserve you. So I honestly hope that this court starts before my delivery gets here. Otherwise, I'm gonna put some music and I'm gonna have to run down for my delivery, because I am sorry, I'm not gonna lose it. I've been waiting for this since Friday. It was supposed already to have come on um Saturday, and it hasn't. So, oh, we've got something. Oh, thank you. That's the one. Thank you very much, Zizzy. See, Zizzy coming in clutch. You guys are amazing. So we'll see what happens there. Ooh, I am gonna subscribe to that one too. Ooh, so if thank you very much, Paula. I got yours. You guys are coming in clutch. See, I love you all so much. You guys are amazing. Eek. So excited. CBS 58. That was the one that I had, but um, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Oh, I need delivery app again. Right. So I got those three on right now. So whatever happens, we'll see what happens. Um, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Oh, Nightbot. If Nightbot yells at you, you know what? Let's put Nightbot on a 30-minute timeout. There we go. Ooh, another one. Awesome. Let's check that one. So yeah, so when it starts, I don't know exactly what they are going to stream, but since you guys are in chat, would you like to see the uh, jury selection for the Maxwell trial, and we can keep an eye on our on us on Stephanie? I'm probably gonna do a thing. Would you like? But if we are doing that, I don't know. We'll keep on this stream, and we might go back to Karen Reid if we have to, because there might be parts that they are not streaming. But we can be bouncing around before between Wisconsin and Massachusetts. Between Karen Reid and between Maxwell Anderson. That's where we're gonna. I tried to say the states, but I'm not gonna try that again because that was a mistake. That was definitely a mistake. Me trying to say the names because that did not. Oh, says tomorrow. I've got those two that you sent. The one that you sent me is it says it starts in 20 minutes. Mm. They might have scheduled for, yeah. Um. Oh, awesome. Fox 6, that they are there. Awesome. See, trial, yes. Jury selection, she doesn't know. They are here and set up. Fox 6. All right. I'm gonna keep an eye on those because I've got one I can show you actually, because there's right now nothing. So one says they starts, if I put, I can't, but you guys can see that it starts in 20 minutes, like there. That one starts in 20 minutes. And then if we go to this one, that one starts in 21 minutes. So that's what they say right now. I don't know if it's actually true, but we'll see. I don't think I have seen in other channels. I've never seen in this, in not in this channel. I haven't, but we can. I would love to. If you guys want to watch and we can chat and go through it. It's something we never seen before. So yeah, probably is gonna be news people talking, and they're gonna be talking like if a jury selected or something is happening. We can check in on breaks, on long sidebars. We can check in and see what they're saying, and see what's going on. And if they show, they show. If they don't show, they don't show. It's okay. We have Stephanie there. We can watch that. So oh yeah, I need to write this down. Massachusetts. Yeah, that's true. Mohawk Journey was the newspaper. Not sure if it's still this. Oh, yeah, I don't know. But they do have a YouTube channel that you found. So, hey, whatever works. Whatever works, whatever they stream, I don't mind. Um, but yeah, so that is the link. Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, Zizzy, you send it me. You guys are amazing. You absolutely come in clutch because you are amazing. Uh, it's been more than 20 minutes. It's been almost half an hour since they've been on a sidebar. This is ridiculous. I mean, like, just say start at 10 a.m. Don't. Why they could not do this before they say like, uh, this is absolutely ridiculous. But anyway, I bet you, almost bet you, right, that the Maxwell Anderson news thing or whatever is happening starts before they come back from break from sidebar. I am almost 100% sure that that is what is gonna happen. Um, that they're gonna come back. Oh my days, this is something else. That is for sure. If I was, I would be like, if I was more invested in this trial than I am right now, I would be so angry on how this things are going and the amount of time that they are wasting with this whole sidebars for more than a half an hour, 5 day breaks. I would be very, very angry. I would be absolutely enraged, even if I was the defendant as well. Because how can this be any due process? Um, right? Any due process for anybody. I'm not just saying about Karen Reed. I'm saying let's imagine that this, yeah. And I was like, let's imagine that this happened to Colin Griffith. That's the one name comes to my mind. Like, I would be so angry. I'm like, what is the due process in this? What, like, is nothing that even the lawyers can do or anything, because this is just so ridiculous. Um, that they are wasting everybody's time, taxpayers' money. And I would be, as a taxpayer as well, I would be so enraged if this was happening in my country. In terms of like, they are wasting time, money, because they are paying, security guards to stand there for nothing. They are paying court reporters. Well, court reporter is probably working very hard because she has to take notes of the sidebar. But yeah, it's well, yeah, definitely the that I completely agree. Well, yeah, that is true. I think this is just how they show run court. Yeah, they've done this pretty much every day. I kind of agree, various and sundry. It's they literally been doing this every single day. But the thing is, they just had 5 days off. You would imagine that the judge wanted to get the show started on the road, after saying that they were ahead of schedule, and now takes, well, not 5 days. 3 days were because it's bank holiday. It was the weekend, fair enough. But I don't understand the Thursday and the Friday just because they were ahead of schedule. They could have been more ahead of the schedule and finished the shenanigans earlier. I don't know, just my opinion. But I agree. Sometimes, like, yeah, it's how they do things in court. It is, but for the ones outside, they don't know how really that the this court works or anything. It can seem a bit frustrating, I think. um well, yeah, true. Well, that could be a possibility, but I don't understand why that cannot done on open court. The jury is not there. The jury hasn't even had the possibility. Oh, me talking, and here we go. No, I think now is the jury starting. Okay, now is the jury coming in. Fair enough. We'll give them that. Well, true. Agree. Yeah, they got to say about for things that they really need to be secret. Yeah, yeah. I don't understand why do they do scheduling and sidebars. I mean, why can we not hear about the scheduling? It's like, stay secret. But never mind. Apparently, we're gonna get started. So we are ready for another day of Karen Reid trial, day 21. So almost an hour in, we can do this. Hopefully, and now we're gonna go through the quality about the answers, and hopefully everything will be fine. And no one will say what they shouldn't, and we are just gonna smooth sailing from here on out. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that's what's gonna happen. Um. So yeah. Oh yeah, no worries. Thank you very much. Nice to see you, various and sundry. It's nice to see you here. Yeah, thank you for the support, my friend. Thank you. So we'll hopefully get that. I'll keep you guys posted as well on what happens with I think it might be actually Zizi. They might, because it's the jury selection. I think it's gonna be a lot of people interested in the first day of that jury selection. Um, Maybe the jurors themselves. I don't think they are in the courtroom, but I'm sure a lot of media families of Maxwell, families of Sade, friends, and all the media and people in the area. And we know that Rachel, the journeys of justice, and Stephanie are there, so that lists four people, I would say. But nah, I'm sure it is, because it's a very high profile case in the area. um so I'm pretty sure that it is gonna be full, but we'll see how what Stephanie reports on break time, and what says. Oh, that's another thing. I know I had the time, so I might be pausing Karen Reid for a little bit when and if Stephanie goes on break, so she can just call in, just tell us exactly what's going on and everything, and then we'll resume. But we can always catch up, and we can zoom through sidebars um and breaks and everything if it comes to that. So yeah. Right. We are almost an hour into the day, and we haven't started, but it's okay. We have made it. We are in the last stretch. The jury is entering. Hopefully they won't take too long entering, and we can carry on. Would it be great, right? Now that now we're gonna get it started, the jury will call a break. Oh yeah, I think people either they couldn't have taken like the rest of the week off, or maybe they are just still catching up on work and still haven't had the possibility to join. But hopefully he's okay. I will check on him the way that I can in a second. Um, so when we get started, I know Pickle said she's on the way, but then again, people, it's Monday. It's gonna be a slow start of the week. People are catching up on work and just busy with life. Sometimes it does get like that, but I'm hoping and I'm fingers crossing that he's okay. And he hasn't lost this on the world of YT, because I haven't been posting since Friday. YT sometimes not pushes the algorithm out. But I will be checking on people in a second. I know Hannah is probably waking up soon because she did work last night. So it's just getting things moving, getting things sorted. So we know Rubber is sleeping, and I'm talking in her ear, and probably will carry on talking for the remaining of the hour, because the jury, like, what's happening now? Like, okay, now the jury is entering. Okay, but they never take this long. Um, why is nothing smooth in this courtroom? Can just something like go as smooth and not having issues happening? Because I know, and I'm trying to like remain optimistic and try to give them the benefit of the doubt, because okay, there is things that they cannot talk on open court for just anybody to listen. Fair enough. But if they're talking about scheduling and about witnesses things, I don't understand the why they cannot talk in an open court, but whatever, that's fine. It's just they take forever to do anything, and it's just, I don't know. I don't know. Trying to be understanding with the court, it is very hard. Believe me, it is so hard. Um, it's Starting week 6 with the long sidebar break. Today we could see the new. Yeah. Oh yeah. Um, that's from X. Yeah, I think I've seen that one. Court TV guy. Yeah. Uh, this is crazy. Yeah, which could be the reason. Oh my days. Um, do you think that the guy is not there and they need to reschedule for tomorrow? That is absolutely crazy. Do you think that could be it? And they are just dismissing the jury for the day, so, like apologizing and maybe, um, oh man, that could be it. That could be a reason. Why? Well, yeah, exactly. Who knows exactly? I'm just speculating at this point because I don't know. So I think there's a bet going on. Is this strike gonna start, or is my delivery come fast? Because they are just so. I am number 80 in the queue for my delivery. They are number 66. We'll see who comes first. This trial on my parcel. But I know, I agree. This is absolutely ridiculous. This is hey, there he is. Good morning, William. Hi. We were just talking about you. I was just about to DM you. Um so good morning. I hope you are all fine this well Tuesday morning, but feels like a Monday for everybody, for most people. Not for me because I did work yesterday. But yeah, that's the thing. The courtroom did stood, but normally by this time they are back and they are not in yet. So either someone is missing, either the judge is dismissing the jury while they're still standing because the reconstruction guy is not there and they have to go home and waste another day and come back tomorrow. Or something else is happening, or I definitely went to full break. So absolutely no clue. Um so yeah, it has definitely oh, L- Lois, I think she's there. She was on a phone. She did came in earlier. But if you sent me the photos, I can always forward to her, Paula. If you want me to do that, I'll do that for you. Absolutely. Um. So yeah. Sorry, I need to keep refreshing my feed of my delivery to see who comes first, the chicken or the egg. Um. uh. So yeah. I I don't know. I don't know. This trial is just a regaboff. We are currently, William, waiting because they started at 16 minutes past the hour. They started with the sidebar, of course. Lasted about 25, 30, almost 30 minutes, and then everyone stood as if the jury would enter, and since we've been stuck on that position. So don't know what's happening, and I need to check on the feed for the Maxwell Anderson trial. It's nothing up. So, excuse me. So yeah. So that's where we are. We catched up. Sorry, one second. We catched up on the weekend, on what we've been doing, on what we've not been doing, and yeah, give me just a moment. Sorry. So yeah, so we've just been catching up over the weekend shenanigans on what we remember about this trial or what we didn't. Talking about the Maxwell Anderson trial that is coming up as well, what we can expect or not. So yeah, aw, that is awesome, Paula. You did a great job there. So yeah, so that's what we've been talking about. We talked about soccer. We're talking about the Liverpool incident that happened over here in the UK yesterday. Talking about energy drinks. What else did we talk about? Too much. We've been talking. I've been talking for over an hour now. Sorry, I need to keep refreshing my throat because obviously with this whole talking and my throat's gonna be like I'm dying. So yeah, now we're speculating on what's happening. Uh we try to be understandable and like with the court and seeing exactly what's happening and trying to speculate so we can just, you know, trying to make sense of this. And then obviously probably me being all wrong because I have no clue what's going on with this trial. Who knows? Show me a person that knows what's going on with this trial and I'll be very, very surprised. Yeah, my money is on the fact that the extraction accident person that is supposed to be the next witness, uh it's not there. It's either late or he cannot make today and is gonna have to come back another day. And because obviously the defense is not ready to bring any witnesses because state is still in their case in chief, they are gonna break for the day and come back tomorrow. That's my speculation. If that's the truth, I have no clue. But if they do go off, we'll know that it's probably that. Or we can speculate that someone is unwell again. Or who knows? I think my delivery is coming fast because it's getting ahead. Um, and we also following or trying to follow the jury selection for the Maxwell Anderson trial as the trial that we're going to be watching next. Um, next or just, as soon as the jury is seated, we're going to be following that one. And Stephanie is in the courtroom, so if you see Stephanie talking in the chat, it's because she's trying to post what's going on in the jury selection in that trial. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I think we've been talking for the last hour-ish on here. Yeah, I don't know what else shall I talk about. Uh, the ridiculousness of the score. I should have I know what I should have done. I should have brought Zizzy up to talk about this, but I was hoping that the sidebar was gonna be a small one and not take this long. Um to actually be done and over with and the jury entering. Because honestly, come on. How ridiculous is this? I'm actually right now getting really frustrated. I just want to get this day started. Um, I mean, why? Why is? Please, someone send some patience because mine is running out, and I'm absolutely. Oh, okay. That's great. So sorry, I was just checking something, another feed or and everything, and apparently we are on a 30-minute recess. Like honestly, I think but I don't know when those 30 minutes started, so don't ask me. Get this. I know. I absolutely agree. This is just ridiculous, man. Oh man, this is absolutely ridiculous. Let me see when this 30 minutes break supposedly started. So hang on. That's so supposedly this 30-minute break that we don't know nothing about started about 10 minutes ago. Was that when we went to the fun again? Or was that about 10 minutes ago when we are supposed to be on a 10-minute break? Let me have a look. No, we've been on a fun for longer. We've been on a fun for about 15 minutes. Okay. See, this is what I hate about this trial is the waiting and the talking and the confusion, and it's just so unnecessary, and it gets me frustrated and it gets me angry, and I'm like, ugh. So nothing, none of the other two feeds for the Maxwell Anderson trial are up. So they're still waiting on the people to start the thing. So we'll see what happens on that one. If by any chance Maxwell Anderson starts before Karen Reid starts, we might take a peek at that one and then jump through hoops and yeah. Um, when we saw, yeah, that was about 15 minutes ago. So yeah, so then hang on. Yeah, now they put it is on a short break. So then when I'm not gonna take the fun because I don't want to make you use Dizzy. Um, oh sorry. Because then when they were standing up was for the judge to get out and not for the jury to get in. So I am sure that the person is late and that something is definitely happening. Definitely something is happening. That is either the witness is late or stuck in traffic, or a juror no. They wouldn't start the day if the juror was missing, would they? Or a juror could be missing or late as well, or something else is happening. I don't know. This is absolutely insane. Um, this is completely, utterly insane, and I think definitely my parcel will be here. My delivery will be here before court starts, and that'll be wild if that does happen. Oh, ooh, four witnesses. So they still want to be long. Do you know who they were? Do you know who they are? Because, uh, like, the thing is, because I'm talking and I need to be thinking about what I'm gonna be saying, I can't be going on the on X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it to actually see what's going on. So, um, let me see if this feeds of Maxwell Anderson are doing anything now. They're not doing anything just yet, so we'll wait a little bit longer to see what happens. But yeah, I mean, this is absolutely crazy. So they're adding even more people now on the oh it's already 3 o'clock. Yeah, that's fine. Um oh, thank you. I think Zizi Tech it's just tagged me on something. Hang on. Oh, thank you very much, Zizi. I appreciate that. So from what Zizi was saying, so the defense team of Karen Reid just added four witnesses. Yeah, thank you very much. Just Michael something, Matthew. So they added some people to the witness list. So they add Matthew Coleman, Michael P. Orico, Nicholas David White, and Jonathan Diamantis. I have no clue who this is. So, we're gonna use our very trustworthy. Hey, Kara, good morning. Well, so nice to see you, my friend. I've been meaning to text you, but I've been in a slump myself. Hello, my friend. So good to see you. Guess what? We are waiting for court because, why wouldn't we be waiting? So, Matthew Coleman. Let's Google Matthew Coleman, Quincy MA. Let's see what what well, probably I need to spell Massachusetts so I can find. Oh, it could be I don't know. I don't know who that could be. There's a lot of Matthew Commons in that area in Quincy apparently. So oh, I'm so sorry. I was just talking to Anna about it last night. Oh, you are awesome. It's just life has been crazy, and court has been crazy, and kids. Well, not my kids, but um, nieces and cousins. I had my cousin over here, and just one day turns into a next day and the next day and the next day, and it's just crazy. So this Quincy guy, I have no clue. Nothing comes up. But let me put Cameron Reed at the end to see if they oh yeah. Let's see if finds anything or anything in the news. Yeah, no, nothing. I got no clue who that could be. So 'cause of course, the thing is, they were 16 minutes late. They took a half an hour sidebar, and now they are taking an half an hour break. So yeah, uh, yeah, either a juror researching someone late. It's yeah. So, but because the defense decided to add more people to their witness lists, I am Google people. Can how do you Kenton? Oh, that would be nice if I would delete the previous people. So I'm just googling people while we're waiting. I'm also waiting on a delivery, which we are trying to see who is gonna be first. The trial is gonna start, or the or the thing on my parcel. So I, like farming it. Who's that? There is a lot of people on LinkedIn, but yeah, I think so too. I think you're right. I do not have LinkedIn. Well, I could sign in with this account, I guess. Yeah, sure. I don't want to sign in. I don't know. Apparently, I'm creating a LinkedIn account. Apparently, just to try to get into this thing to see people, because I'm stalking since we don't have nothing to do and court is not there. uh no, I'm not interested in jobs. No, I'm fine. I'm satisfied with the 500 million jobs that I have. Okay, so let's type people's name in LinkedIn, because that's what we do. Arica Canton. How do you even spell? Yeah, probably not spell like that. I don't even know how to spell names of people. Well, I can show you now. So, but I need to keep an eye on the feed in case they come back. Remind me to go. So we just like, yeah, no, they're not finding any. Let's like skip for now. I don't know what. No, I do not want the app. I'm fine. Thank you very much. I don't want follow. No people. All right, there you go. Hang on. Probably should not be sharing this. Hang on 1 second. It's not no promises. Find people. I want to find people. How do you find people on this? Probably not like this. See, this is what I mean. We are just trying to do something. Connection, follower, search. Okay, maybe search. I'm gonna be knowing this guy's names very well. Sorry, measles. Um, let's Michael Arico Canton. I think I even know how to spell Canton by myself now. Uh, there is a general manager at Wine. There's I absolutely have no clue. I don't know how LinkedIn works, or apparently Google for that matter. So yeah, so that's the four new people that they have added to the list of witnesses, the defense. So we are just waiting. Uh, Oh, okay. Oh, apparently. So, we've been waiting on the Maxwell Anderson jury selection to start. So apparently court is running a little bit behind this morning. So they say they're gonna go live when the judge is ready, and they're gonna begin the jury selection. So we'll see what happens there, because they might start before Karen Reid is back, because who knows when they are gonna be back. So yeah. So my delivery is on number 72 out of 80. I'm number 80. So I think my delivery is gonna be here before court is. So yeah, that's gonna be nice. So if it does happen, obviously I'll put the feedback in, and I will mute my microphone, and I'm gonna go grab. So you guys just hang tight for a minute or two while I go grab my parcel, and then I'll obviously I am coming back, but it's just might take a minute or two, because I am most guarantee you that they are not gonna find my house, and they are gonna have to call me and all this thing, even though I've left instructions everywhere. But yeah. Oh, we're on X. Oh, awesome. Where's the tagging on? Let me get out of this. Um. Oh, thank you. You are a great investigator, Zizi. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Um. Oh, see, this is amazing. See, yes, I do. Oh, why are you saying loading error? Just did they delete it? Let me go. Phone Dulac reporter. I like that name. Let's open that in the browser. Close that there. Okay, let's see what do they say. So criminal trial, it starts today. Yes, we know. Unlike a civil trial which occurred dispute, criminal, yeah, they explain exactly what the criminal trial is. They go through everything. Um, so then they explain. They actually, it's actually seems like a really good article on it, because they explain exactly what the criminal trial is, and what the parts on it, and then about who is eligible to serve on the jury's selection. So it's okay. It's just I'm talking about what the article that Zizzy sent us to. I'm just describing. I'm not going to read the whole article, because we know most of it, because obviously we've been following trials for a while. So yeah, then could have then called to 14 for the final juror. All 14 hear this testimony, but only 12 are asked to decide of the verdict. That's pretty much the standard. Yeah. So that's what that article is says. So the jury not going to be requested, I don't think. So they haven't said anything really if the jury is going to be sequestered or not. But that is before the trial actually starts. So far, I don't think they are going to be sequestered. So yeah, um, yeah, because this trial has been such a high profile case. It's been in the area. It's been a very big case for since it happened, and it's still not concluded. And I don't think even after the conclusion of the trial is going to be concluded, because sadly, and trigger warning, there are still several body parts missing. So yeah, uh so the we still don't know if he's gonna testify. I don't think he is. So you know, that's basically what what the article is about. Just the most information. Um, you know so yeah, so still waiting on that. My parcel, it's on number 74. I think my parcel is gonna be here before court. I knew it. So we still wait. Sorry, I need to drink, because my throat is definitely getting very tired right now. It's been almost an hour and a half. We've been live, and we've been waiting for court to start. This is ridiculous. They should say something like, what's happening or what it is. It's like leaving people clueless. Obviously, they don't have to, but it would be nice. I mean, yeah, would be very very nice to know, um, what's going on, what's happening. But oh well, I guess we don't need to know. We can just wonder and stay here and talk a little bit more. If anyone wants to come up, please come up. Uh, oh, I know that's nothing. I was just saying something else. That's yeah. Oh, sorry. There's a sentencing going on that I was just looking at it because probably it should be um watch that but well, because believe me, I don't think they are going to come back. I think something is telling me that something happened and they're not coming back into trial because this is too wild for them to oh to happen. Someone is either very late, someone is not showed up, a witness. I think the accident reconstruction guy might have not showed up. They're giving him a bit of time to see if he shows up. Otherwise, I think the judge might close the day, or even the jury being missing. Who knows at this point? I think at this point, we might just play something until court comes back because yeah. But then the thing is, I'm gonna have to go soon because my parcel is very close, and I don't want to. Well, you to guys to miss anything. So yeah, that would be wild. So I did say that garden bot he went to drop off my cousin where he lives in Cumbria. So I think he's gonna get there first, and he left just what half an hour before court, half an hour before I went live. So I think he's gonna get there, and court is not even gonna get started, and then yeah, it is gonna be. This is wild. This is too wild to be true. That we've been talking, and I've been talking for the longest. As I don't know, but hey, that shows that is impressive. I can talk. I know you guys already knew that I could talk for ages, but I think now it's more cemented on a fact of that I can talk about absolutely nothing. And yeah, I don't know. Does anyone please want to come on and talk to me? Because, and well, if the court starts, you can just leave and the court stays on. If I have to go down for my parcel, I, my days, it's just crazy. I think we're gonna watch something else while we're waiting because it's it's too much. Hang on, let me see if they are even speaking. Because no, wait 1 second. Let's just watch a bit of court beforehand. I'll keep an eye on the feed. Okay, there you go. Well, the judge is reading, so God, why does this happen to me? Judge Wolf, please give us something. Please, I'm begging you. Please talk. He was the first one that came up, so that's why I went to him. He's normally very good. He has a packed courtroom. He has quite a bit on his docket. It looks like. Oh, he took his phone out of him. I can sing. I can always sing to you, Paula, but then you all wouldn't subscribe and leave
We
me.
have Mr. DeMoss back there.
Oh, here.
Maybe I wasn't clear.
Uh-oh. Judge was waiting on someone that they did not get it. No, he does not look happy this morning. I know. I think it's like us. That's like wanting court to start. Oh, hang on. Ah, hang on. Now Karen Reid is coming back. Ah, really? I quit. I honestly quit. I honestly am done with this trial. I'm done. I'm done. So they come back and they went on another sidebar. I don't have words. I don't know what to say anymore. Apart from what the actual in the world are we doing? I honestly do not know. I honestly do not know. I don't know if to laugh, cry, punch something, swear. Obviously not on my phone. I will mute myself. But what in the actual is happening? This is like, I understand they have to talk amongst themselves for scheduling and the issues, blah blah blah. I get that. A sidebar is fine for 5-10 minutes, but we've been waiting for more than an hour now. It's ridiculous now. Now it's getting to the point that it's not even funny anymore. It's not just. We should have stayed at just Wolf at this point. Um, oh my days. It's horrible. And Susie, same. I'm frustrated. I'm not gonna lie. I am frustrated. We've been here for a while now, and it's just been pointless. No, just we could have been doing something. I was like, I agree. It's like I agree with with our friend said early on, and that yes, sometimes they have scheduling and scheduled issues and everything, but oh my days. Right. Apparently my parcel is coming. My parcel is next. I'm next in the queue, so I need to turn on the camera outside to see exactly when the parcel is coming. I have a camera on that side. I should have one on the other side, but anyway. Um Oh, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely. So what I'm gonna do is my parcel comes, I'm gonna have to put you guys. I'm gonna put myself on mute, live this up, go grab my parcel, and then I'll come back. And by that time, I must bet you that the court is not gonna be back on yet. Um, but if they do go away and they end for the day, please just let me know what happened on the chat, because yeah, I'm gonna wonder, and I'm gonna know exactly what will happen. So yeah, um, the day I actually, that's something I haven't spoken about that English people are very known to spoke on. It's about the weather. I haven't spoken about that yet today. Hey, there's a topic that we haven't touched. It's a very great day today. It's not. It's raining. Oh well, no, wait, we did. I'm lying. Yeah, we did because I did say that they say it was gonna rain, but it hasn't, and then I opened the curtain and it was actually raining. I don't think it's raining right now, but it's looking very gray. It looks like it's gonna rain and pour down. I just hope Garden Bot it's safe out there. Um, and he stays safe. Because I want him back in one piece. That would be lovely. That would be awesome. Um, so I wonder, Alan Jackson, is that Alan Jackson, right? I think it is on a computer and he's not on the sidebar. I wonder why. Is he he's typing? I can see that. But can we no, we cannot see oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Um, that's not DPD. That's not the company now. It doesn't look like it. Hang on 1 second. Is that my delivery? No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like he's typing something on his keyboard, and we definitely cannot look at that. I don't think even if we the image was clearer, it would be good to see what it is. No, it is not. My delivery is just someone with a very bright. Oh, Little is here. Yanette is here. We'll see.
Oh, great, great.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court in case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, sir. So we're going to have a short voir dire.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Lessie?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay,
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a binder.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question
Can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question, sure.
Okay, so just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look at it without
I mean,
permission, please. All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Lessie.
Honor. Dr. Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days in this case, correct?
I deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth, who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brannon, Mr. Lowley, Lieutenant Tully.
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday. So there was a whole flurry of conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right, what did you discuss with, you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully, it's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation, how many, and what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday, within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him.
Yes,
Can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of, what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics of my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brandon and Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know what slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yes.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked about.
Oh, okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
8 to 10
8 to 10
days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when, if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43 trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 1231-43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data. So I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right. But my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162.2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter? Or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. I'm sorry.
Please, before dear, let him finish.
Yeah.
It brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is you agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162.2 trigger 1231.38 to 1231.43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, there's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in. Are they outside the door? Awesome. You may as well stay right there.
Thank you.
Okay? I'll see you at sidebar. No, they can come in.
Of course, there's a sidebar, but things got a little bit spicy there. Yeah, I see the feed is up for the Maxwell Anderson trial, but we can only hear some bits. We can't see anything, so I haven't been watching too much, but paying attention. But thank you very much for that, the journey. So the journeys and Stephanie are in court for the Maxwell trial, Anderson trial. That's the jury selection going on right now. They are keeping us informed about things. I know, sidebar again. I think this is a sidebar for the juries entering and for the whatever it's happening. Yeah, it is. I know it's. Oh, you're not in court today. Oh, sorry. My apologies. Stephanie is, but yeah, this is a bit of annoying. Sorry, I'm trying to also get this set up, my new thing set up. yeah, I did see that court was late, so I'm just trying to set up my new thing. I'm trying to find a charger that is longer. So they s- they send this. This is the charger. This and the plug is all the way back there. I need a longer plug for this. But yeah, I just got my new thing. There's a cool lanyard that came with it. Yay, cool lanyard. Sorry, I'm just opening my parcel because I desperately need it. Be turning my camera off for a few seconds though, um, while I do this because obviously I don't want to be doing this on camera. But yeah. Oh, here we go. That was short. Yay.
So we took up a lot of your time this morning. I think the coffee and donuts and muffins was probably a hint that we were taking longer than what we ordinarily would do. I do appreciate your patience. So I have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met last week? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week? No. Thank you. With that, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, can I just stand and raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
May I refer to my resume? May I refer to my resume?
All right, Mr. Brennan,
Thank
whenever
you.
you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seat belts, airbags. The first seat belt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago. 39 years ago. he said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I like taking things apart and figuring out how things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so in around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, had a wonderful opportunity to have 2 beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was an action reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people, and then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. And I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the relationship between injury potential and automotive seat design.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I may, pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welcher reads from this report, which I think he just did, can we know when he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M, and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement, In Vitro Human Lumbar Spine, Intra-Articular Facet Testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper. Again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading in low speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low-speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low-speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this article?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. It's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is it event data recorders subject that you're well-schooled at?
Yes.
In addition to the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by the engineer, Christopher Furbish, that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference. For 10 years, we did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as the Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Accident Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here and conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SATI 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, did you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event data or Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module, testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles.
As
Excuse
a-
me, General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years, you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes,
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes,
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data regardless of who or where you testify?
No, I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know if Aperture has?
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's, I think, 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of?
It,
Is everybody a PhD and engineer?
one individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali. And then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important. weeded down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reporter, I apologize. It's a lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, one group of 92 of the scene, one group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's Phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe Cellbrite data. Something called Lexus Infotainment. Different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses. I have earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed, a Dateline interview with Miss Reed, a 2020 interview with Miss Reed, lab reports from BODE, the Crime Scene Response Unit Boston, Crime Scene Service Section Maynard, Crime Scene Service Section Southeast, the Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, use the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, I have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then of course I started additional work on top of that.
After you began your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation analysis and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a binder. Would you kindly take a look at it?
Okay.
Sir, does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appears. 141 pages. Didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
Okay. All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
MMM for identification.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
Okay. No objection, Mr. Leslie, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
We went through this, had it working perfectly. There we go.
Okay.
So that's me. No, that's my first slide.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. And you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene in both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, Doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, in the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Miss Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher notes this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month or the date?
No, it was obviously before this. I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the back side of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, or scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51 second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of photographs, hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are two systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the text stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly. We had no fault codes. But for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is a 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the text stream. So this is from Toyota text stream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally two types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the, God, I forgot the name of it, the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, same thing, took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
TechStream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
Okay. You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the TechStream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The TechStream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the TechStream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the TechStream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Yeah. Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the TechStream data.
The TechStream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The TechStream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new TechStream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car?
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact, again, this is for looking at when Miss Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brandon, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally, if you wanted to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the text stream download. So this is a screenshot from the text stream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the... Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
My fingers are too fat.
Thank you.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I called event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
The same thing. You start the stopwatch, it's running.
Based on the tech stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the tech stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the tech stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case, when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, ask it.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the tech stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have 2 triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, and it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the tech stream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event, and say 5 seconds later, the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event. And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So, although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where.
So this is from 34 Fairview to One Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7, but again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Let me ask it this way. Matching all the distances by miles, is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here.
Could you enlarge that for us, Doctor?
I am doing that right now. You can see we have the time. And again, I've converted it in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was two separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the two events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welch, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions two triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or two separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway, and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on for Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written and these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock. It has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct.
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
The objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report. But it was in it, this information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we are ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone.
Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the,
Strike, Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on the slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data, that .154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct.
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus TechStream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A. Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welcher?
Your Honor, can we approach on?
Yes, we'll call.
Thank you.
I think even the judge is bored at this point. Like, come on. Like, this is complete snooze fest. Stretch out, get up, stretch your legs, everybody. For sure gonna be stretching. I think everyone in the media is stretching and it's like, I'm out of here because this is boring. I'm sorry, but all this data talking and all this information. But there was a funny point. There was a point that he said, I don't know if you guys saw, but I need to do a soundbite out of that. But he turned around. I think he was trying to zoom in, and he was like, "My fingers are too fat." That was absolutely hilarious. I love that part. But apart from that, I haven't heard anything that proves Karen Reed hit him. So, oh, Polly, you be careful, girl. I hope you're okay, but you be careful listening to this to the car. It might send you to sleep. Uh, but yeah, absolutely no problem, my friend. Um, it's so far he talked about data about where Karen Reed has been with the car and where she hasn't been and the times and ignition times, and I do not see the relevance of this at all. If someone could explain to me, fair enough, awesome. But Polly, you might need some like music. But be safe because this this is too boring. Like, can we fast forward, please? I haven't heard. There's no news that I have watched so far on the Maxwell Anderson trial. So oh, okay. So the stream is still carrying on from the other side, but still nothing new. The one of the feeds you guys sent me today, they are going to be streaming the whole life, so we have definitely a feed for the trial. I'm sure it's going to be, but no news on the jury selection. I don't know if Stephanie, I can text Stephanie, but I don't want to be texting her too much while she's in court. But I've got now, I downloaded on my phone the Fox app. So I've got updates on my phone too. So I don't need to go to the website all the time. I have here. So which I think, well, so far I've got two: Fox 6 Milwaukee, the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. So far that's the two that I know about. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more when the trial does start, because but right now it's just the jury thingy. But oh, hang on. I do know. No, it doesn't say anything. It did change a bit. Just the yeah, this is gonna be a lot. Yeah, there's nothing new. So far nothing. Uh, well, the other day we thought it was broken, but it was just turned off. So yeah, I mean, today I think is gonna be a big nothing bug day. It's absolutely gonna be one of those days that we couldn't have skipped and probably watch some more interesting court things. Uh, but we have to endure. We have to persevere now, and yeah, I need also to fend for myself um for food soon. um that shall be interesting, because garden bot is not coming home, I think, until tomorrow. Well, it is gonna be until tomorrow. I'm not gonna stay in this house by myself too long. Oh, I don't like it, guys. I don't like staying on by myself. I'm absolutely, it's not that I'm scared, but I don't like it. I used to live on my own, but I used to live in a room. I used to live in a shared house. So I was just room, and there was always someone at home, because there was quite like not a lot of us, but you know, it was completely different. I don't know. It's a whole house. I'm here by myself, and you guys need to keep me company until literally the end of the day, and then obviously we're gonna all have to go. But as soon as we finish the stream today, I'm gonna be running to bed, because I'm gonna be scared. I don't like it, and it's gonna be weird waking up by myself and not have garden bot there. It's gonna be weird. That's for sure. I don't like it. I still don't like it. So I'm definitely gonna drag him. If he doesn't come tomorrow, I'm gonna go there myself and drag him over, because I'm not gonna be here by myself. Um, you're not impossible to live with, and I'm sure you're very good to live with. But I'm I used to be used to live by myself, but not anymore, because since I've got gods and pot, it's completely different. Um. Oh, Dizzy, I want to scream too. They aren't just on another sidebar, but we needed a break. I needed a break. I needed a mental break, because I'm about to have a mental breakdown. Because this thing was, I know we've been saying we want court. I know we cannot decide ourselves, but it's still, yeah, it's still definitely. But yeah, you should scream. You should let it all out. Okay, this feed is having problems. Not the Karen Reid, but the Anderson, Maxwell Anderson trial. But yeah, I don't know. It is gonna be very weird. I have no clue. I know. It's I know, like, it. We say it was like we want court, but we don't want boring court. We want. I know this is informative for some people, but not for me. For me, it's saying a big hole of nothing. Saying that she drove the car. Okay, we're not denying that she drove the car. She did not deny. Um, she's not denying that she hit the car and broke the taillight. Not the way they thinking, but they cannot prove that she hit someone with a car, because in my opinion, right, the way that the taillight was and what we saw, it seems that she either hit or someone hit the car and broke just the taillight, because there was no damages all around it. So it seems a little bit weird and a little bit sus. Ooh, what you eating? I need to know what you're eating, because I absolutely have no clue what I'm gonna eat. Probably just some bread or something. Um yeah, I exactly, not just for, yeah, I absolutely agree. It's, if they're talking about scheduling again, oh, this is absolutely, uh, No, it's oof. Oh, to be fair, you know what? I do not blame you. That is probably one of the best meals. Oh wait, I have an air fryer. Oh, I think I have chicken tenders. I might have do some chicken tenders actually. Um, Normally, what time do they go to break? Because the chicken tenders normally take about 20 minutes to do in the air fryer. So I might go put them in the air fryer, get them done for lunch, and then just sit here and eat. See, this is the thing. Me fending for myself in terms of food, it's not a good thing. That's like what Hannah is having today, fish fingers with chips. Um, it's normally what I used to eat. Yeah, 20 minutes on air fryer. Yeah, it's quick. Um, they burnt. No, they're from frozen. Didn't not. I don't know. 10 minutes maybe. And that's not too bad. I don't know. See, this is the thing. I do not cook, and when I used to live by myself, it was either takeaway or was just chuck something in the oven at 12:30. And right now is time in all right in half an hour. They might break now actually, just to be contrary. And it might actually break right now, just because we are talking about it. I might as well just go. Like, so we have had about what an hour, what 2 hours, lunchtime, I'm sure.
Dr. Welcher, if you could take us back to slide 30. And so we understand you mentioned there were two triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one,
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
correct?
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest?
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
Okay. And is there another time on there?
I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we
Sure.
can see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:12:36, I guess another time, to answer your question. Then we have,
The 12:12:36, what does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
that's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
0 is usually neutral. And I believe 3 is park. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And then there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with the rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle, or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point is turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, you can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, it went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, the accelerator pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the text stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval, that's during this short time period. And then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have a brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd asked you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So,
and do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
yes,
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
And of course, she's gonna go on sidebar. Judge, can we just go? I'm hungry. It's time for food. So there is some information from the jury selection. So Stephanie says that they have a pre-screened questionnaire. They still haven't had a group yet in court for the Maxwell trial. This will take 2 days at this rate, so probably today and tomorrow. And she says that she has to have her phone off in court, and they want 12 regular jurors and then 3 alternates. They are hoping to get that. So they haven't even started yet. So that's the report from the Maxwell trial. There is no live right now of for Maxwell. The one feed that I had, they were having technical difficulties, so they are not live anymore, but I'm keeping refreshing. And this one, I was looking for something else. They never went live as of yet, but we'll keep waiting on news from Maxwell trial. So they haven't even started the jury selection on there. So yeah, so she says that she was gonna so no juror has been picked yet for the Maxwell trial, not even one. And because I think court was running behind, so they, I think, sorting the questionnaires out and everything. Let me just text back. Hopefully we'll have the jurors. Thank you for letting us know. Okay, sorry, just replying back. So yeah, so that's where we stand on Maxwell trial. This trial is a snooze fest of sidebars. I think we're gonna, instead of the Karen Reed trial, I think we're gonna call it the snooze fest of sidebars, because, dude, what is this? Honestly, what is this? It's just not even funny anymore, because this, oh, it's not good. I'm not liking it. I think in the afternoon we're gonna need a little bit of a break for this. We might listen to some court hearings, maybe parole hearing or something, just to distract us from a couple of hours. But oh yeah, by the way, I don't know if you guys saw, but did you know Ana Gutierrez from the Rust movie thingy? I think I saw this on Friday as well. Oh, are they back? No. Anna Gutierrez, she's been released. So yeah, apparently she did her time, 18 months. It's done, and yeah, but now she's a convicted fellow. So yeah, she's out. Yeah, she is. She's out. She's out in the streets, and but now she needs to learn how to live as a felon. But good morning, Robert. Welcome in. I hope you are okay, my friend. Good morning. We are on a snooze fest trial, aka Karen Reid. It's an absolutely. Yeah, I've seen that the other day, but it's been one of those weekends. It's been a crazy weekend. But yeah. Hey, you always thought, oh, who called you? Who woke up my rubber? That is not good. Well, at least you are. We all asleep because this trial has been so far. To give you a rundown of what this day has been a snooze fest of um a snooze fest of sidebars. Sorry, I got distracted by a tweet. So is it's been sidebars, a boring testimony about cars, and yeah, nothing else. Um, I did not wake you up. I just texted you to make sure that you were okay. I did not wake you up. So I'm so sorry, Robert. That is not a good sign. That's not a good start. I'm so sorry, my friend. Oh, that is not definitely the way to go, or to start. You know what I mean? Man, that's that sucks. I know you like teasing me. I will learn the day that you don't tease me is the day that you're not well. Um, I know. I'm sending you a big hug, my friend. If I have to dash out quite quickly, it's because my chicken tenders might be finished. Because I'm more. 1 second. Sorry, I'll be right back. My chicken tenders are done. I need to take them out before I burn them. Oh, talking about burn, I need to tell you a story that someone to this morning burned some toast at work and set the fire alarm off, and we all had to get out of the store. It was a fun 10-minute break, but I haven't told you this about, even though we had like an hour to talk about, but I really have to go before I burn my own house. 1 second, I'll be right back.
We're gonna give you a 10-minute break because we went right through our, so 10-minute break and then we'll go again until 1 o'clock.
Chairs right this way. Please rise for the jury.
And Dr. Walter, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
I'm back. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Oh, I know adulting sucks. Um, Sorry, hang on. Yeah, I know I can chat later, but I wanna chat now. Oh, pickle, that absolutely sucks. Sorry, I'm back. Did she said a 10-minute break? Oh, really? Back in 10 minutes? But hang on. Was not this supposed to go on lunch in a second? Oh, this is my food. It's a bowl full of chicken tenders. That's my dinner. See, I eat super healthy when I'm by myself, don't I? Um Anna, I think you should stick some super glue definitely on her chair because girl, that girl does need it. It's just this. Oh, okay, great. So the poll is 50-50. That's amazing. Um uh Oh no, I'm so sorry. That sucks. I hate when that happens because um oh like I think she would find a way of going out. I absolutely think that she's gonna find a way. So 10 minutes from the time that Paula texted, 10 minutes at 17 minutes after the hour. Okay, all right. So at 22 what at 1 o'clock they will come back. Honestly, honestly, this I was gonna click on your message, Robert, but I was like, owner. Oh, am I muted? Oh, Hannah, are you kidding me, or am I muted? Can you guys hear me? Uh-oh, can you guys hear me? How am I muted? Okay, can you hear me or no? Or I'm not talking now, so that's probably, well, I wasn't talking, now I'm talking. But can you hear me or not? Okay, right. Why did you say muted? I love you, Hannah. Oh my days, this is like, I was like, you five. Yeah, I think you are. um Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry, Pickles. Yeah, don't worry. I won't rely on you. Um, oh, y'all are crazy. Um, yeah. Well, they're not on lunch, Kara. Apparently, they're on a 10-minute break. If you believe the Discord can take, um, well, you are on lunch break. Oh, sorry. Probably it's you this long lunch break, not court. But yeah. Uh, oh, you are on lunch. Yeah, so that's what I thought. Sorry about that. Ooh, pickles. Talking about whoopee, that has nothing to do with whoopee cushion. Uh, that would be funny, but I had the strangest dream last night. Right, I had a dream that I was in America. Right, I was in the US visiting, and I was in a shopping center, and oh, thank you. And there was like Chick-fil-A, there was oh, what was the other one? The one that you get the hot Whopper? Is that no, big Burger King? Is it Burger King? You can get the Whopper. Which fast food you can get a Whopper? So um no, you haven't sent me anything. Oh, Burger King, right? Burger King. That's what I was thinking. So there was these two fast food restaurants, Burger King and Chick-fil-A, which I never had Chick-fil-A, and apparently in my dream I never had Burger King either, because there was two options to try. Either Burger King or Chick-fil-A. And I decided to go to Burger King, and I wanted a Whopper. But in my dream, right, a Whopper is not a burger. In my dream, it was a steak casserole type thing that you eat. They gave you in a container, and you eat it, and that would be a Whopper instead. And then I wanted to go to Chick-fil-A, but I think I woke up right there at the time when I was gonna go to Chick-fil-A, and I never got to taste. But in my dream, a Whopper is steak apparently, not a burger. Which was strange because I thought that it was a burger in my dream, but then I was like, oh, probably because I'm in America. I thought that was a steak casserole. I don't know. I don't know what the steak casserole is, but it had obviously steak. It had like carrots, peas. What was it? Green beans. He had a bunch of vegetables that I absolutely do not need them. Um, So yeah, uh, I'll never outgrow fast food, never. And if I do, it's a lie. Um, no, it doesn't sound very good. No, it doesn't. So yeah, it was. I don't know. I don't remember if in my dream I liked it or not, but I was very upset I did not get to try Chick-fil-A, and now I really want it. Apparently, there's one opening in the UK. I need to find out more information about that because that's gonna be my next expedition. I know, Hannah. My chicken tenders are ready too, but court is on a break again. This thing spends its time on a break. When am I gonna eat? I need food. I'm getting hungry. I'm fending for myself today. And see, guys, I'm all by myself and I'm eating. Well, I'm trying to eat. Aren't you proud of me? I'm eating all by myself. Um. Oh, that's it. That's hilarious. Um. Oh yeah, hot tuna noodle casserole with peas. That did not sound very good, Kara. Ugh. Mm, sorry. Yeah, Chick-fil-A. Ooh, I'll put that on my list because when I go to Chick-fil-A, I'm gonna go for there for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I'm literally gonna probably spend the whole day there because I am so hyped up. I think I am more hyped up for Chick-fil-A than I was for Wendy's. Wendy's is still very good, but yeah. But like yeah, I think one day I need to do a steak casserole just for you, brother. No, I'm joking. It is very good, Zizzy. Fish fingers and chips are and with ketchup and mayonnaise. Mm. So see, no peas. Absolutely agree. Hannah, let's not talk about Five Guys because I tried to have Five Guys, but it was on my first date with Garden Bot and he almost died. So I have PTSD with Five Guys. Um, oh, barbecue sandwich for lunch. Y'all are making me hungry. And I have chicken tenders right here. I don't know how many I did. I just grabbed when I finally got into the bag, right? Because I was struggle with opening the bag. I grabbed a whole hand, two handfuls of chicken tenders. That's enough. Yeah. Um. So yeah. So that's like, uh, we are having fish. Ooh, fish. What kind of fish? What kind of fish? Oh no. What? Mhm. Crap, crappie that. Oh, crappie. Okay, is that the name of the fish? Oh, that is an interesting name. I've never had crappie. That is a very interesting name for a fish. I have crappie fish. Sorry. Oh, pot pies. It's very, very yummy. I really like a pot pie too. We have quite a few in the UK, I think. Oh, yeah, crappie is the fish. I'm sorry, but that's just well, not a crappy name, but oh, what is your favorite pot pie then? Zizzy and the pickles. Pot pies are good. Pot pies. It's a tongue twister there. Pot pies. They are very good. So, um, yeah. I mean, it's been 10 minutes now. Ooh, banquet turkey. What's a banquet turkey? Oh, the flavor. Oh, pot pie banquet turkey. I never heard of it. Let me Google. Hang on. Um, banquet turkey pot pie. Let me have a look at it. Oh, okay. Oh, banquet is the brand, right? I got you. Oh, toad in a hole. I, hmm, toad in a hole. I am not 100% sold on it yet, Hannah. I know it's been 10 years, almost 11 that I've been in UK, but yeah, I'm not completely sold on it. Um, that looks good actually, Zizzy. That doesn't look too bad. Turkey pot pie. Nice. Oh, hang on. You have a restaurant over by that serves British style food, and ooh, paste. Oh, pasties, yes. Which kind? Chicken curry, curry ones. Oh, there is a van in my area that sells pastries, pasties, and everything. And oh, I absolutely love it. Every single time that I'm near that van, I'm like, you come here. That is very. What's torn in a hole, Hannah? Oh, thank you very much. So, total in the hall is sausages in the Yorkshire pudding batter you serve with mash and gravy. It can be very tasty, especially the Yorkshire pudding batter. It's the best. Um, Marie called me a pot pie only if I was forced to. I never heard that one. It is very good, Zizzy. Do not. Oh, it doesn't seem appealing, but it's very, very good if it is made correctly. If the person that is making and makes the pudding the Yorkshire pudding batter incorrectly, never mind. No, nope. They don't sell those, but you have bangers. Ah, bangers and mashed oh, that's nice. Ugh, Scotch eggs. No, no, never in my life. I can. I can cook. I just don't have the time. I just don't have the time right now. I love cooking. I really, really enjoy cooking. But because I'm doing this, the YouTube side of things, so late at night, my time, obviously, because of right now it's like 5:30, and normally we have dinner by now. Um, I don't cook. Garden Bot cooks on the days that I am streaming and working at the bakery at the same time. But the other days and during the weekend, yes, I cook. Um, I like cooking. I would love to cook more. I have fun. I actually enjoy it, but right now I don't have the time right now because the days that I'm working is a struggle to find time. Understandable. Maybe you need to try Zizzy, and then you can maybe change. Yes, I can cook. I went to school for cooking and baking. I have a freaking degree on it, so I know how to cook. And yeah, but I just don't have the time for it. Um. Oh, I love Kara. I love to make several. I actually just did on Sunday. It's a it's I call it because the name a Portuguese version of cottage pie, of English cottage pie. I'm gonna show you a picture. So I absolutely love doing this. I grew up with this. My grandma used to make this. This is what we call the empadão de carne. It's like a meat with mashed potatoes and sausage on top. I absolutely love this. I can devour a whole thing of this. It's absolutely gorgeous. Obviously the English they put gravy and vegetables with them, but I call this the Portuguese version of the cottage pie. That is one of my favorite foods to make and to eat. So to both really like that. And there's the dishes. There's so many dishes that I could talk about it, but that's one of them. I actually just did that over the weekend. I've noticed. Oh, okay. Ugh. Yeah, Scotch eggs that are no. So if you have a recipe and you gave me one, we can compare. For yeah, absolutely, definitely, we can definitely do that. Robert, absolutely, we need to talk about that. So, oh, nice. That is awesome. That is so, so good. Yeah, I can definitely put the recipe on the Discord. It's that easy. But absolutely remind me if I don't do it by tomorrow. Remind me, just absolutely like DM me or ask me like, Katia, give me the recipe. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was gonna ask you, Hannah, if you liked it, but yeah, the egg part would definitely delete you, and we don't want you deleted. Thank you very much. You need to carry on here. Yeah, no eggs, no eggs for Hannah. Well, that one you can eat. The recipe that I just showed you, you can eat because the egg part on the top, you don't. It's optional. It's just to give that um gold look on the top of the picture that I just shown. So it's not necessary, but that recipe that I just showed is actually a no egg recipe. There's no eggs. Unless you put eggs in your mashed potatoes, but you shouldn't do it. But yeah, definitely. I love cook as well. I wish I had more time to cook, but life has gotten so busy lately that somehow it's impossible to find time to cook or to spend any time in the kitchen. And I need to find a time. And me and Garden Bot, we decided we're gonna start batch cooking for the week. So obviously, because we had our cousin, I didn't do batch week because what I cooked on Sunday, it lasted Sunday and yesterday, and that was it. Today I would need to cook again, but Garden Bot is away. I'm streaming. Chicken tenders will do today. Tomorrow, I might have a bit more time, but maybe Thursday. Definitely, I'm gonna be batch cooking for a few days until maybe Sunday, and then when on Sunday I can do for the beginning of the week. So yeah. Oh, is it? You do put egg on the mashed potatoes? Ah, interesting. You know what my brother-in-law actually does? He puts a little bit of a mustard in the mashed potatoes, and it tastes so nice. It's so good. I like it, but we need to get better at that meal prepping and everything, because obviously we are thinking of getting a house, and obviously to save money on takeaways and everything, we definitely need to get better. So oh, Hannah, I grew up with my grandma, right? She was a professional cook for over 30 years, and she her portions, she sounded like she was cooking for the whole neighborhood when she is cooking. But her food, oh, how much I miss her food. I miss her a lot. It's a big hole in my heart since she's been gone. But her food, oh my days. Her food is absolutely gorgeous. Oh yeah. Yeah, mustard, not too much, but just I need to ask him. I think it's half of a teaspoon even of mustard, and not the powdered mustard. I need to ask him what kind of mustard it is, but it doesn't even taste it. It just gives another like flavoring to the mashed potato, and it's not too strong or overpowering or anything. So I need to ask him so I know as well, because Cardenbot tried to do that the other day, but it didn't work. He put way too much mustard. The potato salad, and nope, nope. Oh, we're back. I can eat my chicken tenders. Yeah. Ooh, throw pickles? No, we cannot throw pickles now. It's off the rails now. Absolutely, no, we cannot throw pickles. Oh, no, I'm joking. Ooh, I put ketchup. That's with me ketchup, but and garden bot. I need to tell you who guys is. No, the next sidebar.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, you can continue. The objections overruled.
Dr. Welcher, could you take us to slide 30? Could you zoom in a little bit on the right photograph and the text under the right? Okay. You were explaining to us the time relevance of 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
The 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38.
Based on the infotainment clock?
Based on the infotainment clock.
And that's from the Lexus?
From the Lexus.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The 12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at point 154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So.
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
Sure. If you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8 and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what .154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes,
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that?
it's, you need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can proceed.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, you know, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
You'll have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the ship position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn. So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down and you get down to a speed of approximately 0. 0, shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative, and then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering, and so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data, and the steering angle for that Lexus, that's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have the text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two? So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after.
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here. I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry, you're going to need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm going to ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left.
Yep. Okay. So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event, different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2. So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
And the red number next to it to the right?
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
If you can scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in the RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometers data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see,
I'm sorry.
you can still and see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, it's 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire's spinning because the vehicle's not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is, it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or the position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have 0 brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide.
No, I'm
move to
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
And when you reconcile that variance of 21.9 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, So you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John O'Keefe's cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the text stream will only give you a 10-second window,
Okay.
but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that at 12, it's 12:32:09. And so we have the text stream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly, Your Honor.
Okay, so why don't we do that, George? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. And again, Dr. Wilson, you can just call it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
You are muted.
Oh, tank. Oh my days. I'm so glad we are done. Yeah, 1:45, 45 minutes for lunch. I have something to say. We probably will not be back from lunch. Yeah, everyone stretch, sigh, deep breath, and oh my days. It's right. This is funny, right? Judge said 45 minutes. Ah, man, I was too slow. But Court TV had, they will be back at 2 p.m. because they know they're going to be late. But man, this is too much. This is just too much. I can't do this. I can't do this. Like, no, I can't. I don't care. I don't care about views. I care about my mental health. That I need one. Definitely need one. Oh, I can't wait for that. Paula, please no. We need like what we're gonna do is we're gonna watch some court. We're gonna be watching some court this afternoon. I am gonna go. We're gonna watch. I missed watching Judge Boyd. Hopefully she's still on. But I can't do this. I need a break. I need a break from this boring fest that this trial is right now. Obviously cross comes will jump on, but if everyone in court is not sleeping again. But let's watch some Judge Boyd just to cleanse our palate, just to unbore ourselves, and hopefully she's not gonna go on lunch just yet. So hang on. Oh, I missed
considered crimes of moral turpitude. So this is the second crime of moral turpitude. Okay. So do you understand that you're going to be deported?
Yes, I understand.
All right. Somebody may want to talk to the MAC about that and let them know that this is his second. Does everyone agree that this is his second family violence offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that the previous one was against a female?
Yes.
All right. So both of these are crimes of moral turpitude. Whether you receive deferred adjudication on the first one or not, that's a crime of moral turpitude. Do you understand?
Yes, I
And do you
understand.
understand that you will be deported?
Yes,
And do you understand that you will be denied naturalization?
yes,
Did you understand the consequences and the impact of entering this plea as it relates to your immigration status?
yes, I do.
And knowing that you are going to be deported, do you still wish to go forward with this plea?
Yes,
Counsel, do you still wish to go forward with the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
yes, I did.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 2 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. State recommends community supervision. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with the complainant. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, I understand.
Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in both places?
Yes,
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
yes, I understand.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No.
Outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 4 years. There be 80 hours of community service restitution, the BIPP course, TAP evaluation, and follow TAP recommendations. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, I understand.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. Just some state officer evidence, it's exhibit 1. No objection.
All right, did you review the waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes,
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
yes,
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
yes, I do.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, have you spoken to the complainant?
Yeah, Your Honor.
All right, state, you may be excused.
Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
We'd ask the court to follow the agreement, Judge.
All right, do you have any children, sir?
Sí,
Yes.
Ages?
¿Qué edades tienen?
19, 15 y 12 y 8.
19, 15, 12, and 8.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. $1,500 fine, probated. Sentence you to 2 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 4 years. Affirmative finding of family violence. No contact with the Stella Sanchez. 80 hours community service restitution. Proof of employment within 30 days. No employment as a home healthcare provider with minors. The BIPP course. Once he completes parenting classes, community service hours will be deemed satisfied. TAP evaluation in custody. And if the TAP evaluation is not completed in 2 weeks, he's to be released. So that would be I'll do a release date of June 16th if the TAP evaluation is not completed. Field visits 1 time per month for 3 months. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person, regular random UAs, probation. Is there anything else?
The 80 hours of community service that wait upon completion of the training.
Yes.
Definitely.
Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, did you review the document entitled Trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal with your attorney. Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is an felony conviction and an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
All right, good luck to you. Deputy Laura, he needs to go into custody.
Maybe excuse your.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yaya?
Yes, sir.
No further files.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Cassandra Oberlinder.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hello. So in this case, it shows that she had a bond forfeiture. Was that recalled or something?
So what happened was she didn't get notice of court, and she's from Colorado, so she got picked up in Colorado.
It was reinstated.
there, yeah.
Okay. All right, so where are we on discovery?
I believe I've received the discovery. I have a witness here that Mr. Edelman to speak to about the case, but I understand he's super busy, and I understand he hasn't been able to do so. So I think it's
What, did she come in from Colorado?
she did.
All right, so you all can come back at 1:30 and discuss things with Mr. Edelman. Otherwise, she's gonna have to be back here. That's an expensive ticket.
It is. I just think your flight is at 6, right? So you gotta be there by like 4.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
All right.
thank you.
That's fine.
They're gonna be back this up.
Okay.
Who is here on Eduardo Medina?
Your Honor, I am just at that last week.
Is this a plea?
Yes, Judge.
Could I have a file stamp, please? Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's there. Who is here on Stephanie Luna?
Judge.
Court is calling 2025 CR 004809 State versus Stephanie Luna. Can I have parties announced?
Robert Ferris from Miss Luna.
And are you Miss Luna?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all discovery? Did you review it with your client?
We have, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Luna, did you review the application for deferred adjudication with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Luna, did you review the admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
You're charged with the offense of theft under $2,500 with 2 or more previous convictions as a state jail felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine. If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent. Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
She's been able to assist her in defense, and I believe she has a rational and factual understanding of the proceedings against her and is competent to enter a plea, and I believe she was legally sane at the time of defense.
Miss Luna, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No, no, ma'am.
Anyone promise you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, the state is recommending deferred adjudication. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Judge.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it
Yes, ma'am.
in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
There are not.
Outside the agreement, the state is recommending that your community supervision be for a term of 2 years and there be no contact with HEB. Did you understand? Yes.
Apologize for interrupting, but the state also recommends a tap evaluation.
Those are understanding, Judge.
All right. And you understand they're recommending a TAP evaluation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence.
Contained in Exhibit 1.
No objection.
All right. Did you review the document entitled waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. Court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Court wishes, Judge.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Judge, just ask the court file the plea bargain.
All right, why do you continue to steal?
I had a drug addiction.
What you say had?
Yeah, I've been clean from heroin and crack for 16 years. I started doing meth after I came out of prison.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, you say you've been clean for 16 years?
Yes, for heroin and crack.
All right, how is it possible? Well, then why are you stealing? Because this is on or about January 16th, 2025.
Yes, when I got out of prison, I got introduced to meth, and therefore I've been struggling with that.
All right, state, you may be excused. 3 years deferred adjudication, regular reporting by Zoom or in person, regular random UAs. The following is to be done in custody. A referral to felony drug court and a TAP evaluation. If she's not accepted in felony drug court, then follow TAP recommendations. Do you have any children?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
What are their ages?
22, 20, and 16.
And
17.
And where's the 17-year-old?
They're with my dad.
All right, there should be 100 hours of community service restitution. There should be no residence with minors. There should be no contact with HEB. There should be 120 sober meetings in 120 days upon release. Proof of employment within 30 days of release, no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. And we can do a MIC evaluation in custody as well. Field visits 1 time per month until further notice. Probation, is there anything else? Is there anything else you need in order to be successful?
No, ma'am.
Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement And because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. In this court, in order to be successful on probation, communication is key.
Yes,
If
ma'am.
there's an issue you feel as though probation has not addressed it, you can always come back to the court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
Mr. Medina's back in the courtroom.
Okay. All right, we're taking our break. All right, everyone, you'll need to come back at 1:30.
Yeah, approach to.
I need my lunch break. Everybody else needs a break because otherwise the staff needs a break.
I understand that. I just.
No, Judge, we don't need a break. No, I'm joking. We do need a break as well. Well, kind of a break, but that's absolutely crazy. So I don't know if you guys know, but Manchester bombing was because I think Ariana Grande, don't ask me the year, I don't know, a few years back was doing a concert in Manchester arena, and sadly there was bombing after the concert on that one. Sadly, several people have lost their lives. There were a lot of survivors, which is amazing per se, but apparently one of the survivors of that bombing, the another situation, was injured on this Liverpool whole situation. So this is crazy. So sorry, I'm just texting with Stephanie because they are on break from the Maxella one Anderson jury selection trial. So she might pop in, but we are just chatting. And absolutely you are brave, a lot brave, because I would not go to a concert by myself. But well done to, you know, to do new things and doing things, you know. Yeah, that is very well, but you doing amazing, my friend. You absolutely do amazing. I don't think I would go to a concert by myself, not because I don't want to, but it's just, yeah, definitely good job, Pickles. Proud of you, girl. But yeah, so there is quite a few things from the oh, okay, hang on 1 second. She's calling here. 1 second. I need to sort that out. Sorry. Give you the link for StreamYard. Hang on. Sorry, need to give this link to Tingy. Stephanie, sorry. Here you go. Same as a phone call. Make sure if you want the camera on or off. Sorry. Hang on. Here you go. Sorry. Just texting Stephanie because she's gonna pop into the stream. Sorry. Yeah, I think you people I like people, but certain people I like, not all people. Because people, yeah. Uh, I know, yeah. Yeah, well, true. If you already spent the money, that is absolutely true. You can't really talk yourself. Well, you could by selling them, but I'm not giving you ideas. I am not gonna give you ideas. Ooh. So I'm just oh, there she is. Okay. I'm just gonna say, make sure that you want the camera on and off. So I'm
I
gonna
don't know.
add
Is it
the.
on?
Hello?
Is it on now?
It is.
Can
You
you
are
hear me?
on now. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can.
Hello. You have your camera on. So do you want to turn it off, or are you okay, comfortable with
No,
having it
I'm
on?
fine. I'm fine. We're just gonna
Hey,
walk around.
nice. So everyone is Stephanie. Say hello to everyone to
Hello,
Stephanie. So
everybody.
yeah. So
Okay.
tell us
Okay.
everything.
Wait, here we go. Um, Big, huge support for Sade Robinson's family. They have the first front two benches, and then they have one more bench behind them. His family is present also, but only his mom and his dad, and it looks like a sister or an aunt or something, maybe. I don't know. Sade's mother, I met her in the bathroom and we hugged, and we know what it's like to not have a daughter anymore in our lives. I just let the family know we were here for support for them
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that nobody can do that to somebody in our community and not face the consequences. We were here to make sure that that was going to happen. That's what happened. That's what I said too when the news interviewed us.
Oh.
I'm smoking. I'm sorry, you guys.
It's okay. So I can vape at the same time. Joking.
I gotta smoke. Dude, the bailiff already yelled at us once. We were too loud in the courtroom, he said.
Oh no, you be
That was all the
careful.
Yeah, whoops. But Sade's mom, Sheena, she is a tiny, tiny little person. Oh God, she's like a size -0, and I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. There's nothing to her. And if poor Sade was her size. Now, talking to a woman who is on the inside with these guys, her name is Christine. She said that they did not meet on the dating app. Someone at Little Caesars, where Sade worked,
Yes.
Pizza Shuttle. No, Pizza Shuttle or little wherever she worked, they set them up on a date. They have Sade on a video toasting a shot with the bartender. You can't see the bartender, but it's supposed to be him.
Oh.
You can see his tattoos in his arms, I'm told.
Yeah, I think I've seen that somewhere. Yeah.
Every single
Oh.
hair on my body stood up when that man walked into the courtroom.
I'm
He
like, I'm not.
is
Yeah.
he's so creepy looking, you guys. He's creepy looking.
Can
But
imagine. Yeah.
I mean, and Sade's mom is like 10 feet from these people, from him and his defense attorneys. Now, granted, there's the plexiglass protection between them. That
Oh.
wouldn't stop me. I'm sorry. It wouldn't stop me. That woman is the epitome of strength right now, you guys. Oh my God.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean that glass is weak compared to the strength of a mama. It's
I can't even think of anyone. She shops in the little girl section. I guarantee you that woman is about a 12
oh
in
wow.
little girl clothes. She's so skinny. Since she lost Sade, though, she hasn't slept. She can't eat.
Oh,
She needs help walking in and out of the courtroom.
oh wow, I can imagine.
Yeah,
I mean, losing a
yeah.
child, sadly we both know how that is, but
But
losing the
that
way she
way.
lost,
And for
it's
him to think that he can just do that to somebody, uh-uh, not in my community.
mm,
No way. So there are going to be no jury questions allowed, but the jurors are okay to take
take
notes.
notes. Okay, hang on.
Yep.
I need to write that down. So no jury questions.
Lunch will be from 12 to 1:30. Like I said earlier, it's a Chief Justice directive.
So sorry, what's 12:30 or
Till
12?
12:30, but this judge is taking it to 12:45. 1:45. I mean 1:45, almost a 2-hour lunch.
That's
Really? Who needs that much?
I know, man. So it's sorry, 12,
12 to 1:30 is lunch,
1:30.
or
Well, 1:45.
1:45, yeah. And they're gonna
Oh
start at
my days.
8:30 every day.
Oh, that's good. 8:30 start because that's half an hour earlier for me because yeah, that will start at 1:30 in the afternoon for me.
And she also said, though, that she's gonna be, this is almost exactly verbatim how the judge put it. You are in the homicide court in Milwaukee County. She says, I do have other cases that she's going to have to get to, but she's going to fit them in during breaks and all
Oof,
this other
that's
stuff. Because, yeah, we're loaded here with homicides.
so I see on the news sadly because and you talk to us quite often, well, often every day, and you do tell us exactly what's going on, and yeah.
Well, 7 shootings this weekend alone.
I know. I was just looking at the news because I downloaded to the Fox app on my phone, and they asked me which one I wanted, and I was like, "Oh, Milwaukee," because because
Milwaukee,
of the trial.
yeah.
So I was like, "Wow!" Looking at the news, and we are scared because I don't know if you heard about what happened in Liverpool in England
No,
last
what
night.
happened?
Do you know what Daryl Brooks did?
No.
Exactly that. A car because Liverpool, the
Oh,
soccer team,
no.
won the championship. A car
Oh,
plowed
Lord.
right through the people. You literally, if you go on YouTube and stuff, there are literally videos that you can see people getting hit by the car and people sorry flying and getting trapped under the car. So far there
Oh.
has not been any casualties, but have been a lot of injured people and not in good state.
Oh, thank God, though, nobody was killed right
Well,
away.
yeah, exactly, right
Oh,
away. So, and the craziest was that Hannah just told us that I don't know if you heard about the Manchester bombing at Ariana Grande's concert a few
yes,
years
yes, I
back.
remember that. Yes.
So apparently, one of the survivors that was at that bombing was injured yesterday in that Liverpool thing.
Oh my God. What what is
That is,
society coming to?
I know. So we have our own Daryl Brooks
I
now
know
in
his
the UK.
cat's got it up. He's showing me.
Hey, lady.
And everybody else, we're live. Whoever's watching, we're talking to. Hi, everybody. I miss you guys. But yeah, no, this bailiff is not playing around. He come out into the galley and he says, there are no cell phones allowed. If I see you with a cell phone, I will be confiscating it. This guy was, you know how, I don't know. I guess he's trying to be, I'm a cop too.
Dude out the car.
They should be snatching him out of the car.
Can't even do
Pat's got it
anything.
on video. I'm watching what happened. Oh
Oh,
my God, Katia.
that
Oh, Jesus.
that
So,
that's
okay,
crazy. Yeah,
I'm hoping that we are going to get a jury this afternoon. I got to leave early today, though, because the guy's got physical therapy yet for the
yeah,
accident. But I'm hoping that they just get the jury seated today and do
yeah.
opening statements tomorrow. I got here
Tomorrow.
early enough. I was like first in line.
Yay!
Stephanie ain't playing, y'all. We got the insider on the boots. Boots on the ground. That's right.
Boots on the ground, indeed.
Boots on the
So
ground.
that's good because you're definitely not missing anything in the KR trial today. Is being a snooze fest so bad.
That's too
So
bad.
we have this reconstruction guy. Oh, Lois is saying hello, Steph. It's so good to see you because she just got back.
Hi,
So
everybody.
this reconstruction guy is going through all the data of the Lexus, and it's so boring. Like
I
we're
bet.
literally on a snooze fest. So I'm hoping that if this afternoon they live stream the jury selection, we're gonna be watching the jury selection. I prefer jury selection than the boring snooze fest we
It
having.
sounded I'm sorry.
Yeah, you go.
It sounds like, didn't it sound like she was gonna let broadcast the jury picking? Because
Just not show them.
just not show them.
As long
Yeah.
as they did what they're supposed to do, it
Yeah.
sounded like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay,
she
that's
should
good.
It should be.
Yay.
Court is set to come back at 1:45 our time. So if it's going to be streaming, that's when it'll be up.
So what time is it there right now?
Right now it is 12:30.
Okay, so in about an hour then ish.
Yeah, in about an hour, 15 minutes.
Okay.
And
Right.
one more
so-
thing quick before I go. I have
Yeah.
definitely got to step up my wardrobe. These are some classy, sharp dressing ladies.
Ooh.
I'm going to have to step up my wardrobe a little
No,
bit.
I saw,
But
I saw, I saw the pictures. You look fine. You look really good. You look.
the halls of justice.
Yeah, a little
Yep,
bit
Pat
white.
says, he says, turn around. He goes, I got a picture of you in the halls of justice. Oh my God. All right, we're going to go grab something to eat and get
Yeah.
back in there and
Exactly.
before
You
all the
carry
lines
on.
get
Thank you very much for coming on. I really appreciate it. And it's so great to see you as well, because I think it's the first time I'm seeing you.
First time I've
So
ever done a live or anything like that because I hate my voice. I can't imagine what it sounds like.
I hate my voice too. I will never listen to one of my videos or live streams. No.
Oh, you
No
should
one
hear
needs to.
yourself on 2 times speed, girl. Woo, you talk.
I'm already fast on 1 speed. I'm fine.
Yep. And then we had Aaron Maven from Fox 6 News interview us as
I
to
need to
why
hear them.
we, as strangers, were so interested in coming down to the trial. Obviously, for support for the family and to
Yeah.
let Maxwell Anderson know you can't get away with this stuff in our community.
Exactly.
No.
So definitely.
Yep. All right, you guys
I'm.
have a good rest of the day.
You too. Have a great rest. Thank you very much. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
All right, so that was Stephanie. She is our friend in the courtroom right now. Well, not right now, but on break for the Maxwell Anderson trial. We have actually quite a few new things. So, no jury cannot ask questions during the trial. So that might mean that we might have some uh might have some questions during deliberations, but they can take notes. Breaks. Oh, how Robert? No, I'm so sorry. Go a little like 10-15 minutes back and you can catch up on it. It's okay. Kara, thank you, but yeah, no. I know she comes in to scold everyone. I know, right? So breaks are lunch breaks is gonna be. This is local time from 12 p.m. to 1:30. 1:45 ish, depends on the court. That is gonna be a long one, and it's gonna start at 8:30 in the morning their time, which is I think about 9:30 Eastern. I am gonna do timetable of the time zones like I did for the Lori Vallow, which I will include Eastern. Oh, wrong side. Sorry. I'm going to include Eastern, CST, and BST. That's UK time, so you guys know, or you just keep an eye on it. But I think because of the length of the difference of the time of the lunch break, and I still need to obviously talk to Stephanie and the journeys of justice if they're gonna talk to us. We might have to separate the streams because of the length of it, and for me to have a little bit of a break and everything. So we might on this trial separate the streams. So yeah, that's probably something that we are gonna have to start doing on this trial because of that, or we can catch up on Karen reading that hour and a half. I don't know. I don't know, we'll see what happens, but I was thinking maybe of just separating the the trials, the morning and the afternoon. I'm still deciding on that if I'm gonna do or not, but yeah. So what she also said, Stephanie also said to us, was that they might stream the jury selection this afternoon. So I am putting back the feeds that we have for this courtroom. I do need to find more, and I have a YouTube page. But if you come across of a feed that is transmitting the sentencing, sorry, I'm looking at the sentencing stream that's gonna start soon of something else. If you come across of a stream for this court, for this trial, let me know, please, and thank you with a cherry on top. So we can watch that whenever, because we're gonna be watching that until the Karen Reid cross starts, or just watch this until we have to end for the day. Because if Karen Reid, like, if I see that by the time Karen Reid finishes, we don't have they don't do cross, we'll watch this until Karen Reid finishes. Because I know, like, I would want to watch the entire of the jury selection, but I am working early tomorrow, and I haven't prepared myself to stay on stream for a long time until the end of the day. Sadly, after for the rest of this trial, I know it's going to be finishing a bit late for me, which is fine, which I've already prepared myself for it. And it's only going to be like a week, and it's only going to be like 3 days that I'm going to have to stay up until late. But I need to prepare mentally for that. That's what I do with things. So this one, I haven't prepared myself today yet to be up until late, um which is not too late, but considering that I have to wake up early for work, it's rather late. But I don't mind doing that. But yeah, that's just me blabbing and talking about nothing while I'm trying to score YouTube for something to watch, because everyone is on on lunchtime. So it's just gonna have to listen to me talk about everything and nothing. But I think an hour and 45 minutes, an hour and a half, an hour 45 minutes, whatever, is just such a long time um for a lunch break. It's absolutely ridiculous. I'm sorry, but it is, in my opinion, it is very ridiculous time to for it. Oh, hang on, actually, because that one is working. I need to check something. Where is it? Because I've been trying to find if this will actually ego. No, it's not this one. No, never mind, it's not that. Where did I put it? I have so many tabs open right now. Not open, but bookmarks saved, that when I'm trying to find something, I completely never can find it, because it's buried into, there you go, into everything, and it's no one can watch anything. So, oh, I know. I was like, 1 hour and a half. It's too long, but I think this court, um, this courtroom exaggerates in terms of sidebars and everything at the same time, because it's absolutely crazy on how many sidebars, and the sorry to say, the jokeness that they take this court. um it's absolutely crazy, how they take this lively. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how this works. So I was like, some courts are just take the mic out, and then another one's exaggerate. Why would you need an hour and a half for break? Like, an hour I would understand. An hour is acceptable, you have plenty of time to go and watch something. But an hour and a half for 1 hour 45, it's almost 2 hours out of the day that you already have a restricted time to do it. But, and I understand that, like, for example, Stephanie was just saying that this judge is it's a bit more difficult, because sadly there is a lot going on in Milwaukee at the moment, and like the criminal side of things in over there, it's very heavy burden right now, and they are struggling, which I understand, but still doesn't implicate um that an hour and a half of, yeah, of break for lunch. I think it's too much, but that is just my opinion. I don't know. So I'm just trying to find something. I can't find it. uh, trying to find something. I don't know. I think we might pop like Colorado for a little bit, but I'm trying to see if there is. Ooh, Jefferson County. We like Jefferson. This one sounds interesting.
Mr. Morser, I'm going to set your bond amount at $1,000 personal recognizance. That means you're going to be released from custody without having to pay any money up front. The conditions of that bond are pretrial supervision, no alcohol, drugs, or weapons, and monitored sobriety at pretrial's discretion. And in order that you not return to the target at 9390 West Cross Drive. Given your criminal history, sir, and your CPAT score, this will be the only opportunity you'll have to appear on a PR bond. Your bond will be significantly increased if there's any failures to appear or lack of compliance with pretrial supervision. Your next court date is July 29th at 2:30. That's in Division F4 in arraignment. Thank you, sir. That's like the temporary number. I think we need to double check. They give them all like 25,000 case numbers.
Granger will be next.
See any paper on Granger? Do you have a case number pre-trial?
Yeah, for Pranger, it's 25
Oh,
CR 1.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I just misheard. I thought you said Granger. All right, this is case 25 CR 1227, People versus Joshua Pranger. I do find probable cause for the defense warrantless arrest from the affidavit. Ms. Berry?
Noting the defendant does have some more recent failures to appear and struggles with community supervision, as well as the higher CPAT score, I would request a $5,000 cash only bond with pretrial supervision, no drug or alcohol use, monitored sobriety at pretrial's discretion, no possession of weapons, and do not return to 2105 Teller Street.
Ms. Lester?
We would be objecting to a cash only bond and would be asking this court for a personal recognizance bond. I would note that Mr. Pranger is not currently under any supervision. Something I think is very notable that he's coming before this court not on a violation of any sort of probation or parole or pretrial. I also noted that there were only 3 failures to appear in the last 3 years. Mr. Pranger was compliant with law enforcement from everything that I can tell. No issues there. Additionally, it doesn't seem as if Mr. Pranger had any opportunity of awareness, or awareness, sorry, is the word I'm looking for, about this kind of pending case that's mentioned as far as the burglary allegations. to try and address that of his own accord. I would note that Mr. Prenger has significant ties to the community. He has a job. He has been doing landscaping work. His fiance was able to let his office or boss know about his being in custody. So for today's purposes, he would be excused, but if he were to remain in custody, he's at risk for losing that job. He lives with his fiance in Lakewood. There's no issues going and staying there. Additionally, he has significant family here. He's lived here his entire life. His mom, sister, fiance, uncle, and other family are all here. He has a church community that he has been attending for the last 2 years. He takes public transportation and has been saving money and is very close to buying his own transportation. Additionally, he has been reaching out to resources, particularly some mental health resources. He has an appointment with JCMH here in the next week to get support for some needs that he has. So given all of those ties, Judge, we do believe it would be appropriate for the court to give him an opportunity on a personal recognizance bond.
Because of the defendant's CPAT score and the factors cited by the district attorney, each of which I find to be present in this case, and the nature of these allegations, I find that a $1,000 cash-only bond is necessary and appropriate to ensure the defendant complies with court orders, returns to court, and is not a danger to the community. So the bond will be set at $1,000 cash only with the conditions of pretrial supervision, no alcohol or drugs, moderate sobriety at pretrial's discretion, no weapons, in order that the defendant not return to 2105 Teller Street. Your next court date is June 2nd at 10 a.m. That is for return filing of charges. Thank you.
Sousa will be next.
This is case 25M2733, people versus Courtney Sousa. I do find probable cause for the defense warrantless arrest from the affidavit, as well as probable cause that this was an act of domestic violence involving the use of force, threats, or violence. Ms. Weiss?
Your Honor, I do have some very information to share with the court. The victim has indicated that he wishes that the defendant were in the hospital and not in jail. He called because of a mental health crisis she was having, which is noted in the affidavit. The victim wants the defendant to get treatment and to be on the correct medication. He is requesting a PR bond and no contact. I do think, again, a mental health evaluation and treatment would be appropriate here. I don't know if Ms. Lester or her staff had the opportunity to speak with her in advance regarding that. I have no objection to a PR bond. I am requesting pretrial services supervision just as a check-in. I am requesting an 18-1001 protection order with all boxes checked, asking the court to make a domestic violence finding and order relinquishment. Thank you.
And it was the victim's request for a no contact order as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lester, do you object to any of those conditions?
We don't object to any of those conditions. Ms. Sousa did let our office know that she would be okay with a mental health evaluation if that were a condition of a personal recognizance bond, or essentially a condition that the court required in order to grant her a personal recognizance bond. I think given she has no criminal history at all, no failures to appear, and that the named victim himself said that he called police to get her mental health help and not for any criminal reasons, that it's not appropriate for the court to order it as a condition of the bond. I will tell this court that Ms. Sousa is already actively working with mental health providers to address her needs. And so she's certainly receiving, I think, all of the services that they can give her, and she intends on staying engaged with those and following up with those. So that would be our request.
All right, Ms. Sousa, I am going to set your bond amount of $500 personal recognizance. So that means you're going to be released from custody without having to pay any money up front, as long as you sign a promise to appear at all court dates. The conditions of that bond are pretrial supervision, no weapons, compliance with the protection order that I'll enter in just a moment, that you relinquish any firearms or ammunition in your possession, that you have no contact with David Windsor, and that you comply with any current mental health treatment that you are undergoing. The protection order is going to be for the benefit of David Windsor, and it's going to be boxes 1 through 6. That means you're to have no contact with Mr. Windsor. You're not to go anywhere he's likely to be found. You're not to communicate with him in any way. You're not to possess any weapons, and you're ordered to relinquish any firearms or ammunition as part of that protection order for as long as this order remains. Do you understand the protection order the court's just entered?
Yes.
Your next court date is July 29th at 3 p.m. That is for an arraignment in Division F on this case. Thank you. Did you have a question about that bond?
Because you said $500, and now I'm thinking I have to pay, and then you said free.
Yeah, so it's a $500 personal recognizance bond. What that means is you're going to be released from custody without having to pay any money. It's only if you don't appear at a future court date that you'll have to pay that $500.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Pretrial is going to answer any other questions you have about the bond now. She'll be seen by the people at that table behind you.
Give us one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
For the Sasu's case, you did make a DV finding, correct?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Please give us a few minutes. We're trying to explain this stuff with her.
Okay.
I think we need to come back to this, Judge. The thing is, I did not note it down which room it is on because this is in Colorado that we are right now. So I need to check that when we move on to something else. I need to check the courtroom and put on a list. Sorry, I don't know why I'm yawning. But definitely need to check him out more often when we are court hopping or just want to stay in one place, something to watch. Karen Reed hasn't started yet. What a surprise. I'm still going to keep an eye on that, but we're not going to come back for now. I think that was too boring. I think we need a bit of a break. Hey, honey, safe at work. I'm glad that you're safe, but I'm not glad that you're at work. But you know it. You know that. Yeah, so I think we're gonna take a little bit.
The next case we're going to call up is Cleveland.
We're gonna call Cleveland. Is that from the show? Oh, sorry. That was not a joke. Sorry.
This is case 25-CR209, People versus Kevin Cleveland. It's on for return filing of charges. Ms. Lester?
Thank you, Judge. I am in receipt of a 2-count complaint. I would waive any reading and advisement, ask that the public defender's office be appointed, and ask for a preliminary hearing. I can't remember if this is the case that says it's 48-hour eligible or if it was the other one. And so if it's this one, I wasn't sure if the court was addressing bond. And I'm referring to the warrant failure to appear that was filed on April 21st of 25, saying it's eligible for 48-hour bond hearing.
I'm just reviewing the register of actions. It looks like it would be, Ms. Berry. There was a failure to appear on I think there was a summons, a failure to appear on a summons, a PR bond, and then but no bond hearing held yet. And he's currently being held on a cash or surety bond. I need a moment to review the affidavit. So I would, first of all, appoint the public defender's office to represent you, Mr. Cleveland. And we can schedule your case June 25th at 8:30 for a preliminary hearing in Division A. It'll be assigned to District Court Division 2. Let me hear from the DA concerning bond.
So I do note the allegations here include third-degree assault of an at-risk victim. The defendant was originally offered a summons. He did not appear on that summons. That was then at the point where a warrant was requested. The warrant was requested and was issued with a PR bond. The defendant then failed to appear on that as well. I do believe the bond's appropriately set on the warrant and would ask the court to maintain the bond as set. I would request that the court add pretrial supervision as a condition of bond, as well as a protection order ordering no contact with John Royce.
Ms. Lester?
Thank you, Judge. We would be asking this court for a personal recognizance bond. Here, Mr. Cleveland informed our office he is on a fixed income. Specifically, he receives Social Security disability, so he does not have much money to put towards a bond. I wanted to note that from what I see in this case file, Mr. Cleveland was not given the summons and then failed to appear on the date. There is a document that was filed on March 5th of this year by Mr. Gagne from the district attorney's office. And in the motion, it noted that they were not able to effectuate service of the summons on Mr. Cleveland. So I think that's very notable that he's not failed to appear twice in this particular case, but that was not ever served on him for him to have notice of that date. And that's ultimately why they requested the motion or the warrant. Mr. Cleveland told our office that he has several medical issues, I think, that led to the disability that he is receiving. He has been given some of the medication in the jail, but he has not been given the medication for his seizures, which I think should be a concern for everybody. I've had clients before who had seizures in the jail. Certainly a concern for the jail, making sure that they are not going to accidentally hurt themselves when they have a seizure, and for liability purposes for the jail. Mr. Cleveland provided us with two different phone numbers, one for himself and another for a close friend of his. That's a great way to get a hold of him as well. The diagnoses he has is epilepsy or are epilepsy and type 1 diabetes. He's been unemployed with disability for 2 years. He was a security officer for 15 plus years prior to that. He does have a stable place that he stays, that he would be returning to, and has lived in Colorado for 16 years now. He has a significant other here in the community, as well as 2 children that he helps take care of and provides child support for. He is very aware of how to use public transportation to get around. And most notably, he mentioned that the reason for the failure to appear after signing a personal recognizance bond was because he was in the hospital. And so it was not a failure to appear that he was just trying to tell the court no, that he didn't want to show up. And so that would be our basis for a personal recognizance bond request.
All right, having reviewed the allegations in this case and the defendant's failure to appear on the PR bond, I do find a $1,500 cash or surety bond is appropriate here, considering the level of these charges as well. The conditions of the $1,500 cash or surety bond are going to be pretrial supervision, no alcohol or drugs, monitor sobriety at pretrial's discretion, no weapons, in order that you comply with the protection order that'll enter in just a moment, and that you have no contact with John Royce. The protection order issuing pursuant to 18-1-1001 serves in order that you not have any contact or communication with John Royce, and that you not go anywhere that person is likely to be found. Do you understand that protection order, Mr. Cleveland?
I do.
All right. So as I said, your next court date is June 25th at 8:30 for a preliminary hearing in Division A. This case is going to District Court Division 2. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, was that boxes 1 through 5?
1 through 3.
Thank you. Fromer will be next.
This is case 25M2725, People versus Kerry Fromer. I find probable cause for the defense warrantless arrest from the affidavit. Ms. Weiss?
Thank you, Your Honor. It looks like there's currently a warrant with a cash-only bond for pending probation violation in the underlying case. In light of that, I have no objection to a PR bond in this case. The only conditions I'm going to request is that she comply with the sentence and the protection order in Jefferson County Case 24M4677. Thank you.
Any objection, Ms. Lester?
No objection, but I would advise Ms. Fromer not to sign that personal recognizance bond until you were able to leave the jail, given that other warrant.
Ms. Fromer, I'm going to set your bond in the amount of $500 personal recognizance with the condition that you comply with the protection order and sentencing order in case 24M4677. That PR bond means that if you sign a promise to appear in court, you'll be released without having to pay any money up front. That is released as to this case only. It won't clear up any other holds that might be in place. This case is going to be green sheeted to Division D and set for an arraignment May 28th at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Your Honor, you said May 28th.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, is that when the other case is set?
She has another court date set tomorrow already.
Okay. Just making sure I heard that right. Tyndall will be next.
This is People versus Monica Tyndall, 25M2734. I find probable cause for the defense warrantless arrest from the affidavit. Ms. Weiss?
Thank you. No objection to a PR bond in this case. I am requesting pretrial services supervision, no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. Monitored sobriety at pretrial's discretion. I am requesting an 18-1001 protection order with all boxes checked, asking the court to make a domestic violence finding and order relinquishment. I do believe alcohol was involved in this case. Thank you.
Ms. Lester, any objection to those conditions?
No objection.
All right, and if I didn't say this before, I do find probable cause that this was an act of domestic violence involving the use of force, threats, or violence. Your bond will be set in the amount of $500 personal recognizance, meaning you'll be released from custody without having to pay any money up front, as long as you sign a promise to appear at all court dates in this case. The additional conditions of that bond are pretrial supervision, no alcohol, drugs, or weapons, monitored sobriety at pretrial's discretion, compliance with the protection order that'll enter in a moment, no contact with Jesse Lennon, and in order that you relinquish all firearms or ammunition that are in your possession. The protection order is going to be all boxes. That means you're ordered not to have any contact with Jesse Lennon. You're not to go anywhere that person's likely to be found. You're not to communicate with them in any way. You're not to possess any weapons, and you're ordered to relinquish any firearms or ammunition that are in your possession for as long as this order remains in effect. Also ordering that you not possess or consume any drugs or alcohol as parts of this protection order. Do you understand the protection order the court's just entered? They're going to unmute your microphone. I'll have the answer again.
I understand.
Okay. Your next court date is July 29th at 3 p.m. That's for an arraignment in Division F. Thank you.
Sellers will be next.
All right, this is 25 CR 1201 People versus Jessica Sellers. In this case, the magistrate judge found probable cause and issued a warrant for the defendant's arrest, setting bond amount of $1,500 cash or surety. Ms. Berry, concerning bond?
Judge, I'm asking the court maintain the bond as set on the warrant. She's got a CPAT score of 4. She has a criminal history that includes failures to appear. I would request pretrial supervise the bond with no drug or alcohol use, monitored sobriety at pretrial discretion, no possession of weapons, and a protection order for Terry Sellers ordering no contact.
Ms. Lester?
Judge, our request would be that the court issue a personal recognizance bond for Ms. Sellers. She informed our office that although she has been looking for work, she does have stability in every other area of her life. She would be able to stay with her dad if released, who lives in Lakewood. And the named victim here is her grandmother, and the grandmother does not live there. Additionally, she has stable transportation, knows how to get around using the light rail and the bus system. She noted that she is supposed to do a victims recognizance program out of Denver, where she talks with a victim to work out her case every week, and is supposed to begin that on June 2nd. I can't imagine that's for this case, but I think that that's probably a beneficial opportunity for Ms. Sellers to be able to comply with that program. Additionally, she began working with a housing coordinator on Friday, and so that would be a very useful service for her to be able to continue using. She has previously been employed at ARC, working as a cashier for about 6 months, but has been unemployed for the past 6 months. And so that's why she doesn't have any resources to put towards a monetary bond. She is looking forward to complying with pretrial if the court were to order that, especially because she is hoping that maybe they could help her with job resources. She gave us a phone number that she has had for several months now. And additionally, I would note that here on this particular case, the allegations are a theft of money, nothing hands-on or aggressive with her grandmother, and the type of sentence where it's very likely Ms. Sellers could be given probation, and her compliance on pretrial, I think, would be vital to whether or not that would be appropriate for the case. So that would be our request, Judge.
For the reasons cited by the district attorney and the magistrate judge's findings already, I agree that a $1,500 cash or surety bond is appropriate. That being necessary for the safety of the victim and the defendant's compliance with court orders. and return to court. So the bond is going to remain at $1,500 cash or surety with the conditions of pretrial supervision, no alcohol or drugs, monitored sobriety, pretrial's discretion, no weapons, in order that you comply with the protection order that'll enter in just a moment, and that you have no contact with Terry Sellers. The protection order is going to be boxes 1, 2, and 3, naming Terry Sellers. That's an order that you not have any contact with that person, you not communicate with him in any way, and you not go anywhere that Terry Sellers is likely to be found. Do you understand that protection order the court's just entered?
Yes, I do. I'm just curious because I have been on PR bonds for Jefferson County case and my Denver case. If I'm not able to comply with my pretrial, I won't be able to fight that case. And the case in Denver is kind of serious.
Okay, so I'm going to encourage you not to say anything more about those other cases. It's in part, though, considering the number of pending charges, that I find a PR bond on this case is not appropriate. So your bond is going to be $1,500 cash or surety. There is a complaint and information on file in this case. Ms. Lester, do you have a copy of that?
Yes, Judge, we would, I'm in receipt of a 2-count complaint. We would waive any reading and advisement, ask that the public defender's office be appointed, and ask for a preliminary hearing for Ms. Sellers.
All right, the public defender's office is appointed to represent you. Your next court date is June 24th at 8:30 in the morning. That is for a preliminary hearing in Division F. This case will be assigned to District Court Division 5. That's F5. Thank you.
And the rest of the cases we have look like they're all detoxing.
Okay, so I'll just call them in the order that I have them. First is People versus Nathan Aragon, 25 CR 1221. I do find probable cause for the defense warrantless arrest from the affidavit. Find the defendant is not medically able to appear today. And we will try again Thursday at 10 a.m. Any record either side wishes to make on Mr. Aragon's case?
Not from defense.
All right, thank you. Next is Mr. LaPompey, People versus Jonathan LaPompey, 25M2673. On May 21st, the court found probable cause, and he was noted to be a detox refusal. I believe he also was unable to appear at Saturday's or Sunday's advisement. Any updates, pre-trial or anything in addition?
Only that he is still detoxing.
Okay. Ms. Lester, does your office have any more information?
Unfortunately, I don't have any information, but I guess I would ask the court to set it over one last time, and I can let everybody know that if he doesn't appear at the next court date.
All right, sorry. I just thought to move to Miami because Colorado was fine, but I've been wanting to watch this because hang on. Court is not on break anymore. No, it is not. But I've been wanting to watch this for a while. And I think this is definitely from the courtroom in itself and not for somebody else. But I wanted to watch this for a while. I watch a lot of videos with this judge on YouTube and stuff, and she is amazing. So definitely want to watch this one. And it has a clock, which is awesome because then it tells me.
Is it a completed or an attempted armed robbery?
No, she was talking. I did not know. We came
No,
halfway.
offender 2 forcibly took the items from victim 1. So there's probable cause for armed robbery with a firearm or with a deadly weapon, excuse me. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victims, Noel, Robelo Sanchez, and Jefferson Carbajal Ortega. No contact with the alleged victims, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone or through third parties. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their home and school, and place of employment at all times. Do you understand the stay away order?
Yes, ma'am.
They filed a motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing pursuant to Florida statute 907.041, and since armed robbery is a dangerous, considered a dangerous crime, I'm going to grant the state's motion, hold you no bond, and you'll see a judge tomorrow. That judge will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention. Have a good day. Next case, page 1, Denise Thawanda McClendon is next. Good afternoon, ma'am. You were arrested for aggravated battery on a pregnant victim. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charge. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Bernicia Lachey Hill. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. You may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail. You must be accompanied by a police officer so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested. Do you understand the stay away order, ma'am? If your daughter moved out, the victim moved out, you can go back. But if she's still living there, you gotta.
Yeah, her name ain't even.
So it doesn't matter whose name is on the house, if that's where she lives and she's still there, the defendant can't go back.
Ma'am, you got somewhere else you can stay? She has no priors whatsoever.
Moved out.
Apparently she moved out,
But,
Judge.
I have to go
Yesterday.
somewhere else if I can.
She has no priors at all. It's very violent if you read the facts, but maybe do house arrest if she doesn't have money for a bond.
No, Judge, she does not have money for a bond. I would ask for house arrest as an alternate.
House arrest with a GPS monitor. Alternate bond is $7,500, level 3 house arrest. And stay away from the victim. Good luck to you, ma'am. Next is Raheem Hale, page 2. That was set for probable cause hearing. Anybody coming in?
Yep, I'm promoting Officer Lopez.
Okay. Good afternoon, officer. Raise your right hand if you sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
I do.
All right, what is your name, please?
Officer Matthew Lopez,
What police agency do you work for?
City of Miami Police Department.
Go ahead, state.
All right, so let's just go each count. Count 1 was attempted trafficking, attempted trafficking cocaine. I don't think there was a trafficking amount, right?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Was there a trafficking amount?
So the amount that was told to me, I wasn't the one who actually received the property or turned in the property. What was told to me was that it was around 13 to 15 crack cocaine rocks, along with a bag, of white powder, which is suspected to be cocaine, and another bag of marijuana, but that's a separate charge.
But do you know if it weighs over 28 grams?
No.
Okay, okay. Also count 2 talks about 1,000 feet from a school. Is the incident location 1,000 feet from a school?
It's there is a school located exactly a block away from where we saw the where we first saw the defendant.
Do you know if that's 1,000 feet, or did you measure it?
I did not measure it.
Okay. And do you know when the gun was stolen?
I do not. I did not run the actual firearm that was told to me by another officer, and they stated that it was a stolen firearm.
Did the defendant make any statements about the gun?
Only thing he stated was that he did have a firearm on his person.
Okay, I don't have any more questions. His attorney may want to ask you some questions.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Judge, I think based upon the testimony, there is enough for possession with intent based upon the number of rocks and baggie.
I think that, but not trafficking.
I agree, Judge.
Count 1, there's probable cause for possession with intent to sell cocaine. That bond is $7,500. Actually, I'll split 1 and 2, right? 600 possession. Count 1 will be $5,000. Sorry, corrections. Count 2, possession of cocaine is $2,500. No, yeah, $2,500. There's no school enhancement. There's no probable cause for school enhancement. Count 3, there is probable cause for possession of cannabis. They didn't have an amount of the cannabis. What do you want? $1
I
on
think the officer said there was 1 bag of cannabis.
bag of marijuana?
Yeah.
Count 3. Count 4, red theft of the firearm. It's a stolen gun. They don't say when. I'll set that at $1,000. Thank you for coming in, officer.
Count 5.
Can I get one more count? Count 5, resisting without is $500. Thank you.
Right, you're excused, officer. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next is David Sanchez. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for burglary to an occupied structure. It should be a dwelling. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There is probable cause. You must have frightened the death out of the 15-year-old child that was home.
It looks like it's
Right, so he's really drunk.
trespass, Judge.
What?
Looks like a trespass, indicating that he was in the fenced area. Does not indicate that he was intending to commit any crime on the property.
Why else would he be there at, what's that, 10:25 at night? The father came home, the girl's father, the property owner came home and held him down. It's a fenced yard, and he approached the rear door of the residence while the 15-year-old's at home. You are ordered to stay away from Gerard McKyer, the alleged victim, and stay away from the victim is home, school, and place of employment. Stay at least 500 feet away from the victim is home, school, and place of employment at all times, and no contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. It's probable cause for burglary to an occupied dwelling. I recognize it's the backyard. Are you okay with a $5,000 bond?
That's fine.
A $5,000 bond. Good day, sir. Next case is Patrick Kincaid on page 2. He's out on bond hold for F244126.
It's probation.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for battery on a law enforcement officer and simple battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. You're out on, you said probation?
Yes, Your Honor, probation.
Hold for F244126. Just let me finish reviewing for probable cause. So he spat on the officer, on the sergeant's right thigh. Okay, that's probable cause for the charges. You are ordered to stay away from Talissa Rispoli, the alleged victim. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And stay at least 500 feet away from the victim or home, school, and place of employment at all times. And no electronic contact with the victim either. Count 1, battery on the law enforcement officer is $5,000. Count 2, simple battery is $1,000. Have a nice day, sir. Next we have is Mechanici Garcone. Good afternoon, sir. You are arrested for an attempted strong arm robbery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Let me review. Yeah. So there is probable cause for an attempted strong arm robbery. He's trying to steal alcohol. He didn't have, his credit card didn't work for him to pay for his bottle of alcohol. So it's called Don Julio, $98.99. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are SZ. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, and through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment. Stay away from Gulf Liquors at 1681 Alton Road in Miami Beach, Florida. So I'm setting a bond.
Judge, Mr. Garcon does not have funds for the bond. Would you consider house arrest as an alternate?
Nope.
He's got an open misdemeanor case. He's listed as homeless.
I'm setting a bond, $5,000. Stay away from the victim. This is violent. Good day, sir. Next is Joshua Dowling, page 3. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for criminal mischief over $1,000. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So he went up to a marked Miami Beach police SUV on Miami Beach by Normandy Drive, and he kicks the car. They have CCTV footage of it, causing $3,500 in damage. He also attempted to rip off the windshield wipers by pulling on it. He walked up to the vehicle, damaged it, walked away, returns again to do the same thing. He did that 3 times. So this happened on May 23rd. And then he was seen by the park ranger, so he got arrested. There's probable cause for criminal mischief. The bond is $5,000. Good day, sir.
Judge, would you consider at least standard bond for him?
A standard bond for me. He damaged the police vehicle, put it out of service now for I don't know how long.
Judge, standard bond would be 2,500.
Well, I'm making it 5,000. It's my prerogative. My judgment. If you don't if feel free to file an appeal if you're not happy with the ruling. Jermaine Wilson is next. Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. You were arrested for armed possession with intent to sell cannabis, use of a firearm during a felony, possession of THC, openly carrying a weapon. Public Defender's Office will be appointed. He had a lot of cash on.
But
Anyway,
not so much marijuana.
no, I don't know if it's intent to sell. He probably sold it. That's why I got the cash, but that's just a guess. Count one, you want pretrial?
Yes, please.
He's 21. Count one, it's pretrial services, all fine. I guess with the money, that's why they think it's a sale. 20
Also,
Aggies.
But you're not gonna make $3,600 from 21 grams of cannabis.
No,
I think the judge said maybe he sold what that's what's left.
that's what he's, yeah, he said his, whatever, I don't know, maybe he went to the Miccosukee and got one there, I don't know.
No, Judge, he's kind of a young guy. He just had another case, no actions.
For murder, second degree murder.
No, well, that was dismissed in 23, and then he had a case, no action on the 25th. So at some point, his luck may run out.
Anyway, it's pretrial services, alternate bond, count one will be $1,000. Count two, use of a weapon during a felony. You want $1 on that? $1, count two.
That's
Count
fine.
Possession of the cannabis, $1. And count four, openly carrying a weapon. That's $150. I'll order him to pretrial. Have a nice day, sir. Next, we have Robert White.
Your Honor, he refused court.
Okay,
Talking refusal. Guess we could reset it one more time.
reset it tomorrow. Next is Marcus Nichols, page 4. This dollars to Madison Campbell's and or Matt Camp. Oh, is this Canales? Okay. $6,000 restitution to Madison Canales and or Matt Canales. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes.
State?
Yes.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions, that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No.
Outside the agreement, the state is recommending that your community supervision be for a term of 7 years. There be a TAP evaluation, 200 hours of community service restitution, no contact with the complainants, and the driver's safety and aggressive driving course. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State, any evidence?
To be contained in Exhibit 1 and attachments.
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you review the waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, state, you may be excused. Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
The slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did. I considered speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data and analysis that you did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
You mentioned there were 3 areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your 3rd area of study regarding this case?
So the 3rd area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at-scene physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
Okay, and when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions, did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
If you can take us through the 3rd section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case.
Absolutely. Slide 104.
Please.
So this is a...
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry? 105. Yes, sorry. Slide 105. This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist is forearm and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm. So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, at the time of this incident, was 216 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand and size shirt of Mr. O'Keefe. You see the Lexus in the background. We have matched the height to the Lexus. What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye. So now I'm wearing, in addition to the same shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt, and actually the same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the waterfall grill. Found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from. So you can see in my right hand here, I have a glass. Here's a glass. It looks similar. It's from the same location. And then in the lower right photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Air dam would be another. Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards or actually sideways into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint. Kind of sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear tail light. So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the tail light. And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the tail light, and I'll line it up with the broken tail light in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Dr. Welch, let me ask you a question. When you're engaging in these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels. If you have one foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the tech stream data, we don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scrub. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide. Oh.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision in the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may, so slide 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll throw this from two different angles. That's me showing I'm doing test 2. This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2-mile-an-hour impact. But even a 2-mile-an-hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
Yes.
And of course, sidebar, because it wouldn't be this court if it wasn't for sidebars. So here we go again. Sidebar number 500,000 million of the day. But yeah, I appreciate how Keys, your kind words, and William and all of you. You guys are amazing. You guys make this channel, because without you, I wouldn't be here. But I've been scouring the internet, and we all end up coming back to Karen Reid, because it's actually getting interesting. Now it is getting interesting. This part, it is fun. I think he's now past the part of the boardroom of is explaining the technicality, and now he's getting to the practicality of things and doing the test, and that is actually quite reenactment. That's the thing. That's the word. Thank you very much, Lois. Reenactment. That's the word. So that's like actually getting interesting right now. I'm still trying to see if I can find anything about on the Maxwell trial, but so far I don't see anything. But we'll see. If not, well, we're just missing jury selection. We're not going to be losing the trial. I don't think the trial is going to start today per se in terms of testimony. I think it's only really tomorrow, hopefully, that it's going to get done. Obviously, when the Karen Reid trial finishes, I'm not going to stay awake longer for probably the court to finish in Wisconsin to know exactly what they decided. But um we'll know tomorrow, and we'll find out more tomorrow. And I'm sure that if you are on the Discord group and on the Facebook, information will be there as well. Oh, uh I know exactly, it is good. Oh, she's back again. It's June 2nd. Oh wow, yeah. We're not gonna be doing that one. We might watch some highlights, some random parts that she does. She's absolutely crazy. I'm sure she's gonna be doing some crazy stuff. She's gonna be firing, she's gonna be spicy. We got probably I'm gonna do like some maybe weekend watches of the highlights of her cross, that especially of the non-witness or non-technical witnesses, and even those I might do a bit of it, but maybe during the weekends or days that we don't have much going on, or something happens with Maxwell trial that might take a day off or something, and we might do that, because following it live for me would be absolutely a killer. Oh yeah, she's already lost it in pre-trial. Absolutely, Hannah. So I'm sure she's gonna lose it again. What does she has to lose? She's already been convicted twice in 2 different trials. So this one, it's only for her to have, I'm sorry, but it's just for her of her spending time that is not in jail. It's for her, this is nothing. Oh. Okay, Hannah is a nurse. She's working right now. She's going to a drug audit. She's just something work that she's doing because she said that funny. Oh yeah, she's gonna. What does she has to lose? Nothing. She has literally nothing to lose. What she can gain? Oh, a few more years in prison. Even if it is for the attempted unaliving on Charles, she's already serving 3 life sentences because of what she did to her own kid. So she has nothing to lose. So she's gonna go crazy. I'm sure that that belt is gonna be used. So um you know what? You never know. I mean, I don't think Alex they will because, but I don't know. You never know. You can't always be. Um, but I would love to do that trial, but it is too late. I mean, technically we could do it, but technically we can't. Would it be too much? So yeah, it will be way too crazy. Um so yeah, I mean it's oh yeah, well, true. I think they're trying to get her. There's no point to point much sometimes on trying to get her on everything because it's just a case so now a spectacle that she puts on, so at the moment it's just like she's just having fun and spending some time and getting more attention and getting exactly what they need. At one point they need to stop feeding that ego, in my opinion. Obviously, I mean, obviously everyone needs justice, but why is just spending way too much time. It's like this trial, right? They at some point, if they keep having hung jury on this trial, at some point they need to give up and realize that they are never really gonna get to a verdict on this trial. So um sometimes you have to bite the bullet, like for example the DA did on the Christopher Fisher trial. They realized that he was not going anywhere with that, and he absolutely gave up. You know, dropped the charges. So it's one of those things that some prosecutions need to take that in consideration. Um, Oh, I think she is. She's gonna go all out. I'm sure that she's definitely gonna go all out and lose her marbles, the ones that she still has, um, and just going really, really crazy. And it's just that. So I don't think that nothing is gonna be done. And like I don't wanna say that, but she is crazy. Glory Follow needs. I didn't. I was not really 100% involved on the true crime scene to on that trial, but on her, but absolutely have been hooked since I found out about her craziness. And yeah, sorry, I just need you got a message. So but in terms of like the trial, because of the time difference, it would be too much um to stream that trial. Oh, this one. Oh, who are you? Apparently they're there.
And what slide is this? I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114.
Thank you.
You're welcome. One moment, Dr. Welcher. When you were showing us this video, you walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do?
The driver.
In no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be?
Oh, no. This speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion with the driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
So when you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate a study or a movement or giving an opinion.
No, that walking had
Simply-
nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Could you go back to the beginning when you were explaining this so we can go through it?
So this is the dynamic test 2. So again, this is the view from behind. Just to avoid the confusion, I will start it here.
What speed is the car traveling?
You can see it. About 2 miles an hour.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh,
and that I
okay.
would like to look-
All right, so that's noted, Mr. Lysy.
So similar to the other test, this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint, you can see from my hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now. That was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right,
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection and speculation.
I will strike that last part about the glass.
Thank you.
the purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus, bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
And next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am, 118.
Thank you.
Did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip. So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide 119, with the reconstructed photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the 2 yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph in the top right-hand corner that's important? If so, could you zoom in and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle,
Yes,
like back where the doors are?
but with the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle? or
There
the
were
left?
scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Okay, continue, please.
So this is just showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture marks coincide to the marks on his arm. This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes: a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee. He's got a laceration on his right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that thin rear wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
No, I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Thank you.
How tall was Mr. O'Keefe?
73 inches tall, 6'1".
And how high was that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about it's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the proximate level of the bumper.
And could you focus in on the bumper to show it relative to the height of your knee?
Sure. Oops. So my knee is approximately right here. This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee will be in this general area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus?
Yes, Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the tech stream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence. Red plastic, clear plastic. There His point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb. There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure. So January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52. One's at 5:59. This one down here is at 5:46. So there were various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together and determined to be from Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional evidence was found. This is taken on the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So what you see here was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
And this slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, ma'am, 127.
Could you show us the time and date, please?
January 29th at 5:50 p.m. So a series of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph that this is the roadway. This is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image on slide 127. The shoe is found, up against, in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb. Baseball hat. Again, acquired a same baseball hat. Baseball hat was also found in the snow. You can see.
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
So that's where it's buried in the snow. These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was. There was also red liquid identified. I believe they indicated to be blood in the snow as well.
And could you give it?
So I'm going to sustain that objection and strike the last part of it.
I
So
understand.
we don't need to come to sci-fi, right?
Just describe the color of what you saw rather than what it was.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's different than February 3rd?
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
I don't see one.
Okay. Do you know if those photos were taken by the Canton Police Department?
Sustain.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I have them dated as February 3rd. But I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay, can you continue?
Then we have photos of a broken glass. Surrounded by red marks in the snow.
Continue, please.
This, by the way, is the flagpole.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129.
Thank you.
Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain to us what that is?
Sure. So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005. And what it's showing is what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts. So what it shows is head injuries are the most common injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries. You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or highest or most common injury was head injuries. in those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries. Again, the highest was also head injuries. So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts. This is anatomical drawings just to help you understand the anatomy. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report. The lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull. So in the biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And what it is it's looking at where the hat line you can imagine is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
I move to strike that.
I'll strike, I'm going to strike. Strike,
Removed from the screen.
yes, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So that was slide 131.
No, that was 132. I moved it
sorry.
because you said to take it off the screen.
Your Honor, one more request to agree to not take that into consideration.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention to
Thank you, Your Honor.
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
Your Honor, I need to go past that slide.
it. Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
This is the next slide.
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down and I'm going to see you at sidebar. Please.
Sidebar number 500,000,002. Of course, it's a sidebar. So I'm glad you're feeling better, Hawkeys. Yes, another one. Not another one. Well, she did deny one sidebar. So, well, let's take this moment like that lady is doing by Paul O'Keefe, John's brother. Let's stretch, let's spring, let's do some meditation. We can do this. Yeah, stand and stretch. I'm doing that in my head. Because I can't get up right now. No. Or no, pickles. It's a day to go home. Like, you can't work like that. It's like, shut the door and go home. If the internet at work is also struggling, I think it's time to turn off the computer and just go home. Call it a day. Maybe the internet over there wants to carry on the long weekend and it doesn't want to work. So I am so glad tomorrow is Wednesday and it is my Friday. I can do this. I only have one day. My boss now is on holiday, which means that I'm not going to have anyone to check in on me the whole day, so I can do whatever I want. I can literally be watching a show during work. No one will bother than I because no one will come and check on me. Because my boss is the only one that comes, and the other girl that normally comes as well, she left today as well, so no one checks on me, so I can do exactly whatever I want. I can watch my show, binge watch, binge watching a show. I am so close for the show to finish. I need a new one, but okay, I'll have time to figure it out. But that's gonna be fun. So I tomorrow is my Friday. I am so excited for that. I can't wait for Thursday to just slip in and do nothing. Thank God. Of course, I have to yawn. I don't know why. Well, I know why I'm yawning. It's 8:30 at night time in here. It's basically my bedtime nearly. So of course I'm yawning. In terms of the jury selection, there is absolutely no news that I can find. There is nothing. Stephanie hasn't been able to text us to see if there is any updates. I would love that as well. I would love to get to a point that I can work for myself. But me and Garden Pot, we're trying to get a house, and we try. Obviously, if you work for yourself, it is a bit harder to get a mortgage. So we are thinking up until the time that we get a mortgage, I'll carry on with this job, and I do need to get out of the house because if I do this full time, I will never, ever, 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 ever get out of the house. So,
Mr. Alessi, Mr. Brennan is going to do this in open court. Just talk to Dr. Welcher for a minute. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any objection?
I have no objection. Are we on the transcript or not?
Yes. Right.
Yes.
Okay, I made it.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Welcher, on the headings evidence, the Lexus and John O'Keefe.
Yes.
are following the next number is 5.
Absolutely.
And they're gonna be removed.
No talking in court, still in session.
And we're gonna remove the heading on each one of the slides. I don't want to repeat what it says, but on each one of them, we're gonna thank you, Danielle. That's all I was gonna do. And I'm gonna now use the 10 minutes to see if there's any others in the report to be read.
So it starts on page 124. Is that right, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Alessi?
I don't have the whole one in front of me. I have it.
Dr. Welcher, is that where it starts?
That appears to be, Your Honor. Yes. 124.
It's starting at 123. I have to start.
I actually have 122 is already redacted, but I have it at 123 as well.
All right, I don't have it on 123.
123 was a blank slide.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have 123 as a blank slide.
Okay. So
So from
124.
Triple M, you do not have that.
It is 123. Thank you.
Yep. What?
124 through 138, is that accurate, counsel?
Checking out what it is.
Chrissy, do you need a break? Do you need 5 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So if you could do that for us,
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Dr. Welcher.
I'm doing it right now.
We can bring the jurors back.
Your Honor, if we could just, now I just want to look at the rest.
Okay.
2 minutes, and then
Sure.
Your Honor asks us to do that.
Sure.
Yeah, confer with Mr. Brennan at 1 point. Approach you. Thank you.
Not on the record, Chrissy.
Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. One is this right here. That's fine. That's cool. Yeah. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan's giving me permission to confer with Dr. Welcher about.
Sure, and it won't be on the record, right?
Yes.
You want it on the record?
Do we need it on the record?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Welcher, if
Yes,
you
sir.
Please turn to slide 137. For that opportunity.
John, you struck one slide. I'm sorry.
I didn't strike we struck it subject to going back once the heading's gone, right?
Correct. There may be, depending upon what's in the video, there may be more. That's why we.
Right, but the ones, all right, so.
So I can go back and show them.
Yes.
I don't want to offend the court.
Okay. So are we starting on slide 132?
132, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
May I inquire if Dr. Welch's PowerPoint is ready on the screen?
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check. Yes, I believe I redacted everything and we are on slide 132. Thank you. And by the way,
It appears that way to me, Mr. Lessie, from here.
the battery died on this.
Okay, thank you.
Whoever in charge of. I mean, I brought my own, fortunately, but
Okay, thank you.
actually, no, I can't find mine.
Oh, Ms. Gilman has one.
Oh, backup. All right.
Troy. Is that ours?
Equally bad. These laser pointers do not work on those monitors.
Yeah, we've had that together.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
Dr. Welcher, if you could return to slide 132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welcher.
Is that me or? $132 or 133?
133, please. The next one after that.
So we did skip over 132.
We skipped over that one as well. Keep going. Here we go. If you could enlarge that just a little bit for us.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that there was studies that talked about guiding the difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Okay, explain that.
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They were creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Okay, could you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. And MRS, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture, what they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did. So what I did was I did what are called drop test. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD, was just a fancy name for a crash test dummy, and dropped it backwards onto a hard surface to look at what happens if you were to, say, fall backwards and hit your head onto a hard surface. So on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line in the area. You can't see that at all. You can see noted to be abrasions right here. Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was the one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
Mr. Lessie,
If you would like a sidebar, or I can.
are you objecting?
I am objecting.
That's sustained. No, you can't put it on.
Okay, so I will show you the dummy test I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground, then the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects up the head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up to a similar location to where these abrasions are. So here's the testing. Again, this is like the crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself. Me giving me similar instructions, telling them what we're going to do. I said, and watch. Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you'll get extremely high loads on the head. If you compare that to data in the science.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Enlarge that, please explain what the chart is before you explain.
Oh, sure. This chart up here?
Nope, the next page.
Right.
You can enlarge it, tell us what it is before you get into the details.
Absolutely. So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone. So that bone, if you put your hand in the back of your head, is your occiput. So we're looking at occiput impacts. And what you can see is that when they took cadaver skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, there is called a stellate fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture. So Mr. O'Keefe, again, is 73 inches tall. His occiput is about 4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about 73 minus 5 would be 68. So just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot, 8 inches is the fall height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, regarding your third part of your analysis, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering uncertainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion, I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen. It's based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature, my testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science on the fracture forces associated with falls. And, I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report.
Rather than
I'm reading from my report.
Can you answer without reading from your report?
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
I do on this question, Your Honor, reading from a report to this question. So I'm here to represent that.
So, try not to read that. Don't read from your report.
Okay, doke.
Okay, Dr. Welcher, let me ask you again. Based on your analysis, data available, reviews, study, based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Miss Reed's interviews as well.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
I can answer. Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about, that is consistent with that happening with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
So I'm gonna strike that. I'm gonna see Council Saba for just.
Wow. Really? You just said that. I was like, you can't say it's like that's what happened because that's not what. Oh my days, this is crazy. This is too crazy. This trial is just absolutely insane. Um. Oh my days. Can we just be over though, Judge? Please. Please, can we just adjourn for the day? I'm actually begging her to adjourn for the day, but this is absolutely insane. So we're just saying, oh yeah, this is what happened. No, you can't tell for certain that it happened because you weren't there and you're not taking anything in consideration that is actually happened. Because I cannot wait for Alexei's I think that's how you say it cross tomorrow. That's definitely not happening today. It's 4:45. It's absolutely definitely not happening. It's like guaranteed that is not now happening. But um that is just insane. Just the whole thing. Um man, nah, it's but anyway, still no word for Maxwell Anderson. Andrew, who's Maxwell Andrew? I've got no clue. Maxwell Anderson trial. There's still no update. We're still waiting. Probably now the next update will be tomorrow. I will check to see if there is anything doing after the day's finished here, but so far, sorry, nothing from either the court or from our friend Stephanie or for anywhere on Fox 6 Milwaukee about the update on this trial. So we'll see what happens there. But I'm kind of actually now hoping I want this to be finished, but I want to watch the crossing from Alexei to this guy tomorrow. I really want to see that part, but I am not 100% sure that even if it is gonna happen is gonna happen today. It's not gonna happen today. That is for sure, guaranteed. But we'll be here tomorrow. We'll probably start with Karen Reed, but midday we might have to swap to Anderson trial, but we'll do move of the stream tomorrow. But so far we'll stay on Karen Reed for now, even if it gets boring. I know sometimes it gets a little bit technical and boring, but I'm sure Alexei tomorrow is going to bring the spice that we need, and it's going to make a lot of hell of interesting. Sorry, I keep yawning for some reason. I go through periods that I yawn a lot, and I do try not to yawn as much, but sometimes it's absolutely impossible. So yeah, that's what's happening. There's not much. I don't think there was a lot of hearings, but not seeing anything being live streamed because I've been searching for hearings and stuff that has been happening, so we possibly could have covered throughout the day since we were like court hopping for a hot minute there. But yeah, nothing much. I think the domination is still Karen Reed, absolutely. 500 people doing this, but you know, our chat is good. It's small, but I like it, and it's not crazy. And that's the biggest point, I think. Not the fact that it's not a crazy chat at the moment. So everyone can participate in it. So just waiting for them to come off for yet another sidebar. Today's been marked with obviously sidebars, long breaks, a very delayed start of the day. We started the day with almost an hour. Well, almost an hour, and I'm exaggerating. Almost a half an hour sidebar, and then just a crazy amount, and then this witness all day there, which hasn't been the what's it called, the more attractive witness that is out there, that is for sure, just for the simple fact that it's very technical, or the beginning of this testimony was very technical, and now it's just gotten a little bit more interesting. But well, we'll see. Yeah, so we're just waiting. Garden Bot is here. It's actually just behind me. He got home about a bit ago, and he went to dropping off our cousin, and now he's back. I thought he was going to stay overnight. I even kind of tried to give him the idea, but he decided to come back. I'm actually quite relieved because I don't do very well by myself at nighttime alone. Well, it's not a massive house, but still too big that I don't like it to be here by myself. So oh, they've gone live. Let me see if they have anything. So just trying to see. Yeah, no, they're still doing just local news, which is what they're doing in a bit. So yeah, there's still also nothing new. I don't even know if they were on the Diddy's trial. I don't know if they were even on today. Need to see what's going on with that case, because that's another crazy case going on right now. But we can't see a lot of that trial because it's not being televised because it's federal, but we can still do like bits here and there and see if anything happens or not. I think they're going to adjourn for the day after this sidebar. I'm not seeing them carry on much more testimony today, especially if they don't finish the witness. We all know that Beth likes to get off of the court early or on time. She doesn't like, or she won't do it later than 4 o'clock. She did the other day. She spent about 10 extra minutes, and that was a victory. So I'm not surprised if she now takes that 10 minutes back and goes home earlier again. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. It hasn't been much of an exciting day today, to be fair. It's been rather a boring. Well, it is technically Tuesday, but it's Monday. Everyone is getting back to work. It's a slow start, and people are back from on the gallery, but I don't still see Peg. She probably did live for the day. I think listening to all the injuries, the details, and everything, it's always a bit hard for moms to do. So I kind of on that one. Don't blame her. Sorry, try not to. So yeah, so which.
Dr. Welcher, we have to come back tomorrow anyway. Jurors, I don't want to steal any longer. Okay, so those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. We don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and please be very careful with your social media. So we'll see you tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry, we're starting an hour late tomorrow, is that what this is?
Yes.
So, we'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I forgot about this. So we'll see you at 10 o'clock. The court officers will tell you about your specific directions.
Do I need to pack all this up? It's okay. I mean, I can come in early. I came in early this morning and set up. You are welcome. I mean, we don't really want it.
That was an interesting hot mic moment. They're talking about setting up. So court starting with an hour behind.
Yeah,
Oh. Oh, we still are in court. I thought that was gonna.
All right.
Did Dr. Welcher leave?
Dr. Welcher can step down. I know he has to come back and have his
So
equipment.
just leave everything here.
And then you'll come back in 5 minutes.
Roger.
All right. Yes, please. All right, so Mr. Alessi, I will hear you as to your objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you like me to go to the podium or stand?
Right there's fine, and let's try and wrap this all up by 4 because I've already heard you at sidebar.
We'll do so, Your Honor.
That means both of you I'll hear from within the next 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. The point number 1 is the question of whether, based on a reasonable degree of scientific or engineering certainty, he has an opinion whether a collision occurred. I'm going to give a dramatic and accurate example that happens in courts all the time with equivalent. So by analogy, if the issue is whether or not a defendant has stabbed an individual and caused a certain event, that is the ultimate question for the jury. That question is never permissible in a trial. By analogy, this is the exact analogous situation. The question of whether there was a collision is the ultimate question for the jury. That is why we are having this trial. The defense strongly asserts there was no collision, and there is substantial evidence to that. We are going to cross-examine Dr. Welcher. We are going to put in our own strong case to demonstrate no collision occurred. That's no surprise. It was in our opening statement. This witness cannot, by precedent for years, opine on the ultimate question that is going to the jury. I accept, subject to evidentiary issues, the 2 questions that a biomechanist always answers in these situations. Is the damage to the vehicle consistent with a pedestrian hitting the vehicle? And are the injuries to the individual consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? Those are the questions that are permissible, not the collision question. It is resoundingly improper in this trial, in any trial where that is the ultimate conclusion for the jury. Yes, an expert can offer opinions, but every expert is bounded by the extent of their opinion, and that opinion on whether there was a collision would invade the province of the jury and the whole purpose why we are here, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So what Mr. Lisi is arguing is that in their opening statement, they repeatedly invaded the province of the jury because they must have asserted vehemently over and over again, there was no collision, over and over and over again. And he just told you that when his expert takes the stand, they'll have abundant evidence that there was no collision. This case is about the collision, but that is not the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is manslaughter or mens rea for second-degree murder, not collision. They don't get to define the prosecution's case. They do not get to define or limit the prosecution's opinions. They have no case law. They have no study. They have no jurisdiction or jurisprudence to say what we are limited to. He's entitled to an opinion. His opinion is not limited to whether or not the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe. That evidence is obvious. It's not whether or not there's damage to the car or Lexus. That evidence is obvious. He also is an enormous part of a biomedical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. He studied the tech stream data. They didn't, he did. And he's entitled to give an opinion. The tech stream data, based on fact and science and data, tells us when, if you put it together with other evidence, and where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact that the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her Lexus in front of Fairview Road. I am not interjecting the defendant. I always refer to her car, so it is sanitized, her Lexus. I've been careful about that. I don't have to, but I'm very careful about it. He is relying on the tech stream data, the physical evidence, his independent studies. He is allowed to offer an opinion about whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car, whether the damage to the car is consistent with the injury to Mr. O'Keefe. And he's also allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision, putting aside the fact that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when other people testify. It's not our fault that ARCA didn't testify or look into the tech stream data, or they don't have an expert for it. It doesn't belittle or limit that evidence. We expect to ask Dr. Welcher, does he have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.? That is one of the opinions we're going to ask him, nothing to do with the ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence, or whether it's manslaughter or there's mens rea for second-degree murder.
And what was your second? You said that's one of the opinions you're going to ask him. What else are you
I
looking
will
at?
also ask him about the consistent with, whether the injuries are consistent with.
With what?
I'm going to ask him after this part about the difference between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury, pedestrian collision from a front or back of a bumper. And there are further slides to emphasize that point. And so there'll be an opinion regarding that as well.
And you,
Consistency with a side swipe or a clip.
okay, so this is not the end of Dr. Welch's testimony. He's just moving on to another area.
It's close, but it's not the end.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Your Honor, here's the case. Attorney Brennan said, go to case law, here it is. Commonwealth v. Coleman, 366 Mass 705. And it stands for the proposition exactly that I articulated. I won't repeat it. Secondly, Your Honor, we practice what we preach. I have the ARCA report right in front of me, and I have the report of—
Is that a new one or is that
This is the new one.
okay.
It's also, the old one is the same. So I can, either one is the same. They do not, Mr. Brennan incorrectly said what our experts are going to do. I don't know why he did that, because he has these in writing. Neither Dr. Wolf or Dr. Rentschler talk about a collision or conclusion. It's consistency. It's those two questions I said in sidebar. And for reference, Your Honor, for the most recent, is page 15. There is no—
I don't have that report, so I'd like a copy of that report.
Your Honor, a copy, and I also, Your Honor, refer Your Honor to ARCA's existing report, which I'm going to do from memory. I think it's February of 2024 that was done for the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI, where they basically said and gave opinions on those two items I spoke to you at sidebar. So Attorney Brennan is incorrect when he says what our experts are going to say or not. We've already committed in writing to what they're going to say. We're consistent. We practice what we preach.
All right, so we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came in to evidence today. All right, so I'll see you in the morning.
All right, so please.
All right, so that is a wrap. So, this perspective look at to be as young as 18 and experience and as wow, that is crazy. So, no jurors so far who got picked for the Maxwell trial. Stephanie had to leave the courtroom for the day. She had a other commitment. Oh, of course we have a cough up. In which trial have we don't have one, Stephanie? You tell. See, even here I have a coffer at home, so they are everywhere. I mean, like, where don't we have? So it is right now. I'm trying to make the math time. It's about what, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. So yeah, that sounds like a plan. So there's no juror yet. So tomorrow we're gonna start with Karen Reed. Don't forget that they did say that they're gonna start an hour later than usual. So I've set up the stream for that hour later than usual. But if I notice that the court is going live before that, obviously because of this motion that the judge is gonna have to rule on, but she won't go earlier than that. We're gonna go out live earlier, but otherwise we're gonna be live recorded to 10 a.m. So yeah. Oh, you have Deputy Dog and we have Pretty Eyes for bailiffs. Ooh, Pickles is gonna like that. I know Pickles is gonna enjoy that very much. Oh, it's 3 o'clock. Well, I was not too bad. 3 o'clock, okay. That's not bad. 3, 4, 5. Yes, 2 hours. Yeah. Me and math. My brain is too tired to do maths right now. But anyway, so I think we are gonna leave the stream here tomorrow. We're gonna get back. We're gonna come back to it 9:45 in the morning Eastern. Tomorrow court is gonna be a little bit delayed, as just said, an hour. Yet again, another hour that we're gonna lose. But yes, so this is where I'm gonna live. I'm gonna wish a lovely afternoon, morning, wherever you are in the world. Have a great one. I'll see you all tomorrow. If you need me, you can just reach out to me on social media. So I'll see you out tomorrow and have a great night. Bye, everyone.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.